mind though.
Yeah, I've already typed the message in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, Tornado, we are live here. Welcome everyone to the PlayStation Vortex podcast. We are waiting for a few more people to drop in. Anyways, instead of waiting, we're gonna get the show started. This is DrSHREEVEERA, your host as always. Thank you guys for supporting us. Our channel has now officially hit 1,200 subscribers, right? And
There
our
you go.
channel has hit 700,000 lifetime views. Anyways, that's an achievement if you ask me. What do you say, Tornado?
I was gonna say that's something that doesn't come by that quick though. So these are not small numbers. Let me put it that way.
One thing
It's a good start.
I've been on the YouTube platform since over 10 to 12 years now with this channel, but I was most of the time just messing with it. I was even uploading medical stuff, magic tricks, you name it, mystery
Magic
videos.
tricks.
Yeah,
Didn't know
mystery
you were
videos.
magical.
Yeah, brain teasers, even anime reviews, as well as gaming, what do you say, reviews, which were like completely based on my personal opinion instead of addressing the mainstream. I never used clickbait titles or clickbait thumbnails. So that's the
We already
reason
got.
my main goal wasn't to hit those numbers. But recently, what I've seen, everyone says that to get that initial jump, you need to have clickbait, but to keep people with you and to develop that amazing community, you need to have content more than anything. That is what we are going to bring. What do you say, Tornado? All hard facts to our fellow Xbots and PC Master Race
And the
from the
truth,
side
eh?
of PlayStation. Uh,
Especially when I
10
learned
seconds for
yesterday.
your introduction again. I want to
I was
know
gonna
your
say
alternate name to our community.
yes, yes. So pretty much, yeah, I'd say I call myself a GTA addict and pretty much a PlayStation gamer from the beginning. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's more than sufficient. I do not want to introduce myself because I've been uploading every single day, even in your absence.
I was gonna say
Tornado, everyone missed you, man.
you're
Thank
still
you
around.
for having you right from the beginning of the podcast episode, which is
True,
always a
true.
great deal. Big deal over here. Come on.
Yeah, that's true. I've been missed, I heard, so I'll have to make up for it in a big
Absolutely.
way.
And,
So
there is
I
more
won't
than,
disappoint.
but there
I
is
won't
more than
disappoint.
enough drama for your Xbots. More than enough drama we are bringing to the table. Things that happened yesterday, Tornado. Let's keep that a
Oh boy.
surprise, shall we?
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not gonna bother people with that. I'd like to move forward and what you got for us, Doc. I'm pretty
Uh,
sure you
yeah.
have a lot of stuff
Now
lined up.
let's go through the housekeeping. This is the, what do you
Yeah.
say, the different segments of the PlayStation Vortex. If you're dropping in here for the first time, say hi in the live chat. So these are the segments. This is the intro which we covered. Next, we're going to talk about PlayStation topic of the week or the topic of the episode, which is what we are going to talk or discuss at great length. After that, we're going to have subtopics, following which we can drop in a little bit of nostalgia based on our childhood and our gaming and even little bit of personal lives if you'd like to share to our chat. Beyond that, we can even talk a little bit of miscellaneous stuff which no one cares, which is not related to gaming at all.
No one cares.
Right? But if you deliver something, if you speak your mind, at some corner of the world, there is gonna be a person who's gonna care for the pettiest of stuff. Don't you agree?
Yeah, that's true.
Someone cares, dude. Someone cares. Anyways, let me get through the topics. In the meantime, Tornado, try to hit up a couple of guys from like Discord. Try to see if anyone would like to join. In the meantime, I'm gonna cover the topics which you're gonna discuss today. Anyways, getting to the topics. First, I'd like to talk about the topic of this episode. One of the biggest topics I'd like to cover. That is something related to how so much big PlayStation 5 news which happened the past week has
Oh
completely
yeah, I actually
destroyed
posted one.
Xbox and
Yeah.
PC. Yep. let's see how it goes. So the next topic is gonna be something about Kraken Oodle, which is a compression technique which is exclusively used on the PlayStation 5, which mainly has to do with the GPU and how things get compressed and decompressed without losing details when GPU textures are pushed through the IO throughput of the PS5. It's an interesting topic to discuss. I'm going to go through that and how it translates to games like, even if you take the Avengers as well as games like Control Ultimate Edition, which are
Oh yeah,
almost,
I've seen some numbers though.
yep,
Oh
it's
man, they
almost
are
like
impressive.
60%, dude.
Yeah, that's nearly half, man. That's
That's
crazy.
gonna make a big difference. Absolutely.
Y-
Someone
And
else
you've
is here in the live chat. I think it's gonna be either Umar Yusha or the one Ghost of New Orleans. Say hi in the chat. We people definitely want to have our backs if you speak facts. That's my slogan for the day. Anyways, the next topic is gonna be all about the Square Enix live event breakdown, which transpired yesterday, which had some great looking stuff, especially now that we know the previously named project Athia has been officially confirmed to be in good deal of development, which is going to drop exclusively on the PlayStation 5 and later on the PC, not to you Xbots though. In 2022,
ouch.
the name is Forspoken. They have spoken it. Beyond that, there is a little bit of stuff to talk about. Life is Strange, True Colors. There's also a little bit of Wakanda vibes, which we get from the Black Panther superhero reveal on Avengers, as well as a patch which has gone live for the PlayStation 5 and Series X versions. After this, we're going to talk about something which came out of nowhere. Nobody expected it, right? Tornado. Sony
Oh yeah.
acquiring
Yeah, yeah,
EVO
I posted it. I
Tournament.
posted it. Yeah, yeah. I was surprised by that move though.
Oh my
But
god.
on the other hand, it's a smart move because let's face it, there are
Mm,
millions of people playing fighting games, right? Like from
yeah.
ranging from Tekken to Mortal Kombat to Injustice, you name it, even Street
But
Fighter.
what will happen to Super Smash Brothers, bro? I don't
Yeah,
think we're gonna see that anymore. I don't
since
think
Sony
so.
is now pretty much the owner of Evo,
Yeah.
you're
I
gonna bet your bottom dollar it's gonna take a back seat. It's that simple.
It's not gonna take a
I'm sorry to
backseat.
say for
They're
the
gonna
Nintendo fans
completely
though.
remove it. Trust me.
I'd say, to be honest with you, I might be harsh when I'm going to say on this podcast though, but
Yep.
in all fairness, if I look at fighting games like Mortal Kombat, Soul Calibur, Tekken, even to the other 2D game that's also a great looker, what I've seen,
Yep.
that Guilty Gear Strive,
Strive, yeah.
and then I look at Smash Brothers, I can't take that game as a fighting game seriously. I am sorry to say that. There's
Absolutely.
to me, if I compare it to the other games from a technical perspective, how you play them, how you move your characters,
Yeah.
especially when I take little Majin from Tekken, that
Yeah.
guy, with the brow.
Hmm.
Hey, Smash Brothers can't hold a candle to that. No
Absolutely.
way.
I
No way.
agree. I
There's no
absolutely
technical skill
agree.
whatsoever. I am
But
sorry to say that.
there's gonna be a whole crew of pissed off people right now who are thinking about what you
Oh yeah,
just
I can
said.
imagine. But to be honest with you, like I said, why would you be mad if your game doesn't have the technical skills or skill set or move set, whatever you want to call it, like the other fighting games,
Dude,
like I
it's
already
not
mentioned, eh?
refined enough to be showcased on a grand stage being an esport. It's a
I was
fun
gonna say,
game. It's a fun game. Don't tell me, people, that anyone's gonna watch Super Mario Kart as an esports. It's as
no,
similar
no.
to that.
Here's the thing: when I look at esports, and I say this from my perspective, and I'm trying to kind of put me in the perspective of other people. When I look at it, I
Mm,
look at how technical and how skilled are they moving with their character or the object that they're using in the game. That's
yep.
what I look at. If they're just flimsying around and button pressing and mashing what I'm seeing on the Smash Bros, I
Button
can't
masher,
take that
right?
seriously. I
Mm.
am sorry. If I
And
look at how little Majin moves with Tekken 7, for instance, with that big bulky wrestling character,
yep.
King,
Mm.
Hey, that's skill, man. How he does it.
Yep.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Now that's to me entertaining to see how he moves, how he blocks, dodges, and grabs a character and smashes them around. That is skill, man. That takes
Yeah.
practice.
Oh,
That
Dan
is
the
the thing that I
man
look at.
just sent me a DM. Dan the man from Discord says he's gonna join in another 10 minutes. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
I was gonna say, hey, all is welcome, man.
Yeah, more the
But that's
merrier,
just
right?
from my
More
perspective.
the
Eh?
merrier.
I was
Whether
gonna say,
you are an Xbox fan, whether you are a PC Master Race or a Sony pony, please drop in. We treat
oh,
everyone equally. But the thing is, if
there's one
you're
small.
gonna talk shit and do not have facts to back it up, you're gonna be pushed to a corner, just like Tornado did to that dude yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say. I'm
Let's
not
not
gonna
go.
mention it.
Anyways, before going on to a
But
tangent, Tornado, I'm just listing out the topics which we're gonna
oh
discuss,
man,
right? After Evo, we're gonna talk about once again. Give a small clap to everyone saying how a service can push a console, which is absolutely false because right now Xbox Series X combined with S, the sales are in the last place. Now,
Phew.
because of so much of stock shortages when it comes to semiconductors as well as AMD chips, that is the one thing which is holding back PlayStation 5, or else the sales would have been through the roof right now. Anyways, we need to
Facts.
congratulate Sony because PlayStation 5 has hit a global sales of over 6 million sold already.
Mm.
So, PlayStation 5 has hit 6 million, Xbox Series X and has combined 3.89 million. Nintendo Switch
Oh dear.
is at leading 80 million. Anyways, that's not a
I was
console
gonna
which came
say,
out in the past few months though. I do
you know,
not want
Doctor
to bring the
Shafira?
Nintendo Switch anytime in the conversation when we talk next gen or the current gen, right? Tornado, do you agree with me?
Yeah, you got a point there, though. When you mentioned those numbers of the PS5 and the Series X, um, let's go back a couple of years. You know, in the, actually the PS4 and Xbox One gen, those numbers
Hmm.
they look really similar to the ones that PS4 and Xbox One have put together. You know that the PS4 you saw it running away, and Xbox One was kind of trailing behind it, and it got worse
But the
year over year. Eh?
there is a huge difference though, Tornado. Shall I tell you what the difference is? People are still scrambling for a PS5. What
I know
happened
that
with the PS4 and Xbox One? There was enough stock. PS4 hit a home run with that
I
E3
was gonna
press
say.
conference with that video of how Shu Yoshida just handed over a disc to some that one other fellow Sony employee
Oh yeah,
how to
what's his
share
name?
a game to your friend. That was
Andy Boyer, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah, yeah,
is his name.
absolutely. I
Yeah,
know his name. I just it did not come from the back of the mind. Yeah, that was the guy who showed off the PlayStation Vita for the very first time, if I remember
yeah, true, true.
properly.
Andy Boyer, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was the one who dropped all these amazing trailers like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Here you go.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah.
That was the fella. Anyways, after this, we're gonna talk about flip flopping Xbots. That is the final topic, as well as not last but not the least. It's gonna be a banger of a topic.
Can't stand them, but that's a different story. Especially after yesterday, I can't stand them. I couldn't stand them before, but now I definitely can't stand them at all. To be
One
honest with you, but that's
one
a different
thing is
story
for
altogether.
sure, Tornado. The thing is, though we have less time compared to them because we are busy playing on our PS5 instead of wasting our time, right? We
I ain't
have
gonna waste my time on
less
that.
time
No
compared
way.
to them. That is the
No way.
reason they are getting away with this stuff. That is the reason. There is nobody having enough time on social media because everyone is getting that next platinum trophy on Miles Morales. Everyone is trying to grind, trying to survive against epic boss battles while playing game which came out at launch, the true next gen. I'm talking about Demon Souls. So,
Oh yeah,
everyone on the PlayStation
true.
side, we are being fed even free games, right?
I was gonna say this, especially this month on PlayStation Plus, though. Hey, that is. I mean, what did they give? They gave out Maquette, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and another one. I
Yeah.
think Remnant, right?
Yeah, Remnant
If I'm
from
not
the
mistaken. Yeah,
Shadows.
exactly. Remnant from the Ashes, indeed.
Ashes, yeah.
So it's not bad, you know. That's free. Well, depending on what kind of genre of games you like,
Free
but
real
I'd say
estate.
free good games, man. Landed on Plus. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Why would I then still invest in a Game Pass for $1, man? It doesn't make sense to me
It's not
at
gonna
all.
be for $1 anymore. You can only
True,
stack
true.
up for only so long. Then the reality is gonna hit for these people.
Reality's gonna hit though.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
convinced of
gonna be
that. We'll
ugly
see.
then. It's gonna be
Oh yeah,
ugly.
we'll see how many
Right
people will
now
stick
it's
around. I
fine and
can tell you.
dandy. Right now it's fine and dandy
Yeah,
because
for
they're
now.
only thinking about the present. They are only thinking about themselves. They're not thinking about what this can finally, eventually end up destroying AAA gaming, dude. If you think on the long run, if every single
True.
company, just imagine, Sony's not gonna do that, Nintendo's not gonna do that, but they can dabble into it. What I'm saying is, if everyone tries to support this bullcrap,
A low
eventually
budget, I
there'll
call
be
it.
a day wherein we're not gonna see enough polished single player AAA experiences at all. Everything's gonna be tied to a subscription service.
Low
Everyone's
budget.
gonna end up paying $25-$30 a month. Who knows? Xbox Series people need to shell out $30 a month later on when games like high AAA exclusives from Bethesda, all those things drop in. They can easily double the price, like the shit they tried to pull off with Live Gold. It
Oh
can
yeah.
go
Yeah, it's
up.
gonna happen.
It's gonna happen, or else how do you think anyone is gonna recoup all that money which they invested?
I
Even
was gonna
now,
say 7.5 billion. Anyone, folks?
yeah, it's
Just
an
saying.
dude. One more thing, Tornado. I'm just not talking about 7.5 billion. Just
And the other
imagine
money, of course, that they
they would
spend
have paid
and
50 to
still gonna
60.
spend.
I feel they would have paid like 20 to 30 million at least to get Outriders day one, day and date on Game Pass,
They
right?
got it.
Dropping
I
April
think they've.
1st.
Oh yeah, yeah. They must have shelled some money towards Ubisoft. There's no question about
Are
that
they
though.
gonna recoup
They
that
gotta
money
made some deal
now
with them.
with all the dollar deals? Absolutely not. It took Netflix so many decades to
I
build
was gonna
up a
say.
fan base of over 120, 140 million subscribers. Despite that, they haven't made a penny of profit. Even to this day, they are still in debt over a
Yeah, I
few
was gonna say
billion
they're still in the
dollars.
black, as they call it.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
billion
the
dollars
numbers are
of
not
debt
good though.
because the problem is it's a snowballing effect. Just imagine Netflix not, what do you say, shelling out more money on more exclusive, what do you say, original content like they're doing right now. Somehow they stop doing that stuff. Everyone's gonna leave it and go to other streaming services. Now there are like over 20, 25 streaming services already with stuff like Peacock, stuff like
HBO,
HBO
uh,
Max, Disney
yeah,
Plus,
Prime, Amazon Prime is also
Amazon
something like
Prime.
that, indeed.
Yeah, so many things are
Um,
coming up. Even CBC has its
oh yeah,
own thing.
Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
man,
what I'm saying
you got a
is,
lot of choice.
to avoid this competition and to avoid people from moving on from their service, they need to invest more and more and more and more money, which is gonna have the snowball effect, wherein they're gonna keep doing that to hold their
Quality is gonna
subscribers.
suffer.
At the end of the
Yeah,
time, there's not gonna be a certain point of time wherein they're gonna end up making more profit than what they're investing. Just take Netflix, as I told you. It is a prime
yeah. I was gonna
example,
say
right?
good example.
It's such a huge service with so much of fan base, the install base, the subscriber base on Netflix is nothing like anything else on the market right now.
I was gonna
Despite
say they
that,
got a lot of subscribers. So even fun fact, eh?
it's
They
not cheap
even got
though. It's
more
not even cheap.
subscribers than World. They even got more subscribers than World of Warcraft. If you think about it,
It's
I'm
not
not
even
even
cheap
joking. Eh?
though. Tornado. It's not like $5 or $10 a month if you want the
No,
ultimate
we're
one.
talking $10, $12, or $13, depending on the
Yeah,
package. You know,
yeah. That that
and
that is smart move. That's a smart move if you ask
yeah,
me. Because I know a couple of friends who are gonna stream only on their tablet or mobile phone. For them, I think 720 to 1080p is more than sufficient, right? They do not want that 4K package. So, main advantage with that stuff is it can feel enticing to you, but the problem is though Netflix is doing so many of great looking original shows, great looking original movies, you can cap, you can praise, you can brag about all those shows and movies, but what I'd like to say at the end of the day, they're not gonna invest in the next Avatar, right? They
that's true.
absolutely
That's true.
cannot push that kind of budget when they're pushing a subscription service, similar to what Xbox is doing right now. Despite giving so many indies, so many stuff, which is like people are saying like semi-free, right? Despite doing all that, can they pull something on the range of God of War?
Nah,
Absolutely not. Oh, there
they
are more
needed.
people
They need.
here on the
Hey,
chat. Nunaya Business says, "What's good?" Evening,
hey,
folks.
there you go.
What good? Hi,
Even Naya
Nunaya
business.
Business. I was expecting you, dude, because I had a fun little discussion yesterday with you. So, Tornado's here. Tornado's crew has been.
Yeah, the eagle
He
has
might.
landed.
Yeah, Nunaya. He might have been like more famous since yesterday evening or yesterday night to
Huh.
all of you guys, but he has been a staple of the podcast right from episode 1, right, Tornado?
Okay.
You were on the episode 1 right from the beginning. You might have missed on like 3 to 4 episodes till now. I might be around like 7 to 8 episodes if you ask me. This is the 14th episode though, so most of it you have been a part of. So Nunaya, what's up? Is what's going on, my dude? What were you playing right now? So let's get on to the main topic instead of rambling around, Tornado. Let's first talk about a small topic, then we can go on to the elephant in the room, right? Let's
True.
gonna talk about how PlayStation 5 is bringing in innovation more than taking credit for its past success, which the Xbox Series X is doing, which Microsoft is mainly concentrating on keeping a fan base based on past experiences or a future with promises. Without any solid release dates, they do not have an upcoming VR console or a VR headset which is going to go with an Xbox Series X or S. If you
VR,
want to
indeed.
experience VR, the only way right
We need
now
to
is
talk
to
about
have
that definitely.
right
Yeah.
now the only way is if you want to go in little cheap, the best way is a PlayStation VR with a PlayStation 4 Pro, if you ask me. If you want to
Yep.
invest further, just wait around for 1 year, most probably. They're going to drop it next year, I feel like. So you're going to get the PlayStation VR 2 along with that
Yeah.
amazing
Yeah. I'm
looking.
actually gonna get it though.
Yeah,
I got the first one, and I'll definitely buy the second one though.
me too, dude. I
I-
have. Anyways,
I'm ashamed to say I haven't played that much with it though, but I'm actually gonna give it another go since I have the PS5 now in the adapter. I'm gonna do that
mhm.
maybe tomorrow. It's Saturday, so why not?
Yeah,
Let's have a look yet.
it's easy a
So
plug and play kind of device. But the great thing to
exactly.
know is what we have seen till now, the controllers being revealed, it looks like miles ahead of the PlayStation 3 Move controller, right? That was one of the biggest gripes we had with that stuff. That was one of the
Well,
things we could not accept when you compare that stuff with something like an Oculus Quest or an Oculus
well,
Rift or
I
even
was gonna
HTC
mention that name
Vive. Those
because
controllers
when
were
I
better. Absolutely.
because because when I look at those controllers that Sony have made for the PS5 now, and with their PSVR 2, if
Yeah.
I look at it, they must have taken some cues from Oculus and HTC together and combined that, and this is what they've come up with.
Yeah.
This seems like professional VR stuff, though. Actually, that actually works.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing here, these guys have went the extra mile now. They got it.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more thing I wanted to talk about. Instead of talking about this, what do you say? Entire topic based on the PlayStation VR 2. I'm not gonna do that, Tornado, because I made a newsflash mini podcast yesterday talking about this PSVR 2. I spoke about how an IGN review, which of the wireless headset Xbox wireless headset, which dropped for $99, as you might have known, right? The Xbox wireless headset, which supports even Dolby Atmos, which is which does work with Xbox Series X. That review on the official IGN website that mentioned clearly, though the Xbox wireless headset has so much of potential, though it supports Dolby Atmos and a little bit of 3D ambience stuff in it, it doesn't scratch the surface when you compare the Tempest engine, which works in great harmony while using the PlayStation 5 Pulse 3D headset. This was the official quote, which took a couple of points off of that review. This made all the Xbots pissed off. That was one of the topics I spoke yesterday, Tornado. But I'm loving the Pulse 3D headset. It's an
I was gonna
amazing
say I
piece
got
of
one
device.
myself. I was a little bit against it because I was actually I'm more of an old fashioned guy, right? I'd like to play either with the TV sound or a 3D
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
audio system, right?
Yeah,
With
hands free.
multiple speakers, you know.
Yeah.
But I figured, like, you know what, let me give it a go. I actually got my hands on one of those headsets,
Mm.
and I gotta say though, it does sound impressive though, and it doesn't fit as I figured like it would be uncomfortable on my head, but yeah, it fits well. It sounds well. Sounds good. Heck,
Especially,
sometimes I even think like, oh shit, I'm hearing something, but oh no, wait, it's in my headset, you know.
but especially on games like which clearly utilize the Tempest engine. I'd like to give you a proper example, especially while playing Astrobot. The second example is the Resident Evil Village demo. Dude,
Oh,
this
I've yet to
headset
play through it though.
literally gave me the creeps. I felt as if someone is approaching from behind me a couple of times. I felt a door shut behind my back suddenly startled me, and I turned around to look, similar to something which you feel during VR, right? That was the kind of immersion I got out of Resident Evil Village demo. That was one of the
Yeah,
demos which I did not expect I'd enjoy it as much as I did. It was quite damn short. It did not overstay its welcome, but the moment that one evil sister approached me all the way from the stairs, screaming at me, I was running towards the doors. Doors were opening and shutting. There was windows with a little bit of, what do you say, so snowstorm crackling through the open gaps of a window on my left ear, whereas on the right ear I could see the door open well when I pushed in the key, and lo and behold, everyone's favorite, the meme
yeah,
right now,
indeed.
Lady Dimrescu. I cannot.
Yeah,
Sorry if I
indeed.
pronounce her
That's
name
cool.
wrong, but
Yeah,
dude, that chick is hot. What do you say? Until she pulls out her, what do you say, Wolverine.
yeah.
She
Her
becomes
claws,
a
pretty much.
Wolverine
Yep.
from X Men. But
Yeah,
she's
she's
a
pretty much.
triple, quadruple, pentacle X-sized woman, though.
She's huge. If we have
Huge.
to go off the size what Capcom gave off in lengthwise, she's supposed to be, what is it, 7 foot 6, 8 foot, something like that.
Yeah. But
She's pretty much a giant, though.
I've never seen a reveal of a character push a game, or even just the image of a character completely become the center pedestal for the future marketing of the game, dude. She's not even one of the main characters. She's not even something as big as Chris Redfield, Leon Kennedy, right? Or even Claire Redfield. She's
No,
nobody. She's absolutely nobody. She's a side character. She's not
but
even something as
I,
huge
I
as the main, what do you say, antagonist of Resident Evil 4, right? Wesker.
yeah, exactly.
He,
Here's the
she,
thing. Here's the
yeah.
thing. And I think I have the answer to your
One
question.
sec.
Why that is?
Anyone else in the chat say hi, so that there are so many people joining in. This has
Oh,
been
okay.
such an amazing experience to share our stuff with you people every day in and day out, dropping here, because there are people joining in. I'm going to introduce. Here's my good friend who is one of the biggest addicts, who has a physical dependence and a psychosocial dependence while playing Grand Theft Auto Online. Say cheers to Tornado's crew, everyone. Say hi to Tornado on the chat if you're listening right
Yeah,
now.
anecdote, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, Tornado,
I
you're
don't, I
saying
don't, I don't care
something
what
about
people say.
Lady Dimrescu, right?
Yeah, it's for me. That's the thing that I like the most. I don't know. There's something about the game that I like.
Dude, who
Oh,
doesn't like their waifus to be thick? THICC. Now the next terminology which is running to everyone's mind. Hi, Nunaya Business say GTA Addiction A. Absolutely, my dude. Tornado Screw. While I speak to these people, these are my family, right? I talk to Nunaya Business, I talk to Elite HVM every single day. You were the one who missed out on these heated discussion we've been having since the past 3 days because of your absence. Hope you show up continuously. During I address these people, I want you, Tornado, to just type in the live chat the number of hours you have put in on GTA Online. Please do
oh
not
yeah,
say
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Please do not say it. Type it in
No,
the
I'm not
chat
gonna say it. I'm not
so
gonna
that
say
it's
it.
gonna stay there as evidence.
Let me have a look.
You
I'm actually
guys
gonna look at the
are
game.
in for a treat, people. You can take your time, look at it. I'm gonna talk a
I'm
couple
actually
of
gonna
topics
look it up.
during that time. So I was talking about how people like their waifus to be thick, right? Similar to that, Resident Evil has introduced someone as huge as the Lady Dimitrescu. So,
Yeah, Dimitrescu. It's a miserable name, I know.
Dimitrescu, how to pronounce it, my dude? I'm
Dimitrescu.
like,
I had to practice it for a few times as well, though.
Dimitrescu, is it?
Dimitrescu.
Okay. Where is
I
Street
like
Jesus?
the miserable
Dude,
one.
Street Jesus, Dan the Man, both of them have just messaged me that they're gonna join in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
So, okay,
I'm still
please,
around, so
I'm
I'm
gonna
not going
respond to
in.
them saying, please join. There are fans out here waiting for you guys. Okay, both Street Jesus as well as Dan the Man from KingThrash channel podcast are gonna join, please. Anyways, so we're talking about the Resident Evil demo. Beyond that, the topic of discussion right now, Nanaya and Elite HVM. I think Umar Yusha is gonna drop in anytime soon as well on the live chat. So I was talking about the PlayStation 5 taking gaming ahead instead of holding it back, like how the PC and the Xbox are doing, right? So one of the examples I'd like to tell you guys is, how have you guys noticed the file size of Control Ultimate Edition is 46% smaller than the same game download size on the Xbox Series X. Similarly, the file size of the next gen update, the PS5 update on Avengers, is at least like 20 to 30% smaller than that on the Xbox Series X. This is just the starting, people. Even Spider-Man Miles Morales is like 10 to 15 gigs smaller than the one on the PlayStation 4. So what I'm
Pretty
getting to you
impressive, though.
guys is PlayStation 5 is exclusively utilizing a compression tech which is called Kraken Oodle, right? Kraken was there since long, but I'm gonna give you a couple of tidbits when it comes to this. According to the official site which produces Kraken compression, this is a quote I'd like to talk about right now. So listen in closely, everyone listening to the chat. So, anyone who is in the chat right now, just say, have you guys heard about, I'm going to type it right now, this tech which is exclusive to the PS5? I'm talking about Kraken Oodle.
Oh yeah, I heard the explanation from
Yeah,
Mark Cerny, so I can say from day
yeah,
one what it
more than
actually
Mark
is. So
Cerny. I absolutely
yeah,
agree, dude.
yeah.
Dan the man says
He
he's
explained
ready.
what it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
one sec. We've got some awesome people right now. Anyways, I'm gonna send Dan the man a direct invite to my private podcast, the PlayStation Vortex, on Discord, which is invite only, as you know, Tornado. Don't you agree? You
Yeah,
guys
yeah, yeah.
can
I've seen
wait
it.
in the waiting room, but until you people hit that XP and show yourself to not talk out of your asses like all the Xbots, that is when we decide to put in, give you guys the showtime here on the show. So Nunaya says, I've heard about it from Cerny, going into detail though. Still Winning says, hey doc, I'm a bit tired, I can't join. Anyways, it's great at least dropping in here and saying everyone on the chat. Still Winning, we're gonna miss you, man. Still waiting for you though. Still winning. Anyways, please make it tomorrow. So I've just sent this dude a request. Dan, just a moment. I'm gonna add him. Uh, he says he's in the waiting room. Just a moment. He says I'm gonna send him another invite. Just a moment. Okay, we were talking about Kraken compression, right? So we were
Mhm.
talking about Kraken compression. What I'd like to talk about that in detail is, this is the stuff I'm reading from the official site. Okay, Kraken compression quote, Kraken compression acts as a multiplier for the IO speed and disk capacity, storing more games and loading faster in proportion to the compression ratio. Sony has previously published that the SSD is capable of 5.5 gigabits per second and expected decompression bandwidth around 8 to 9 gigabits per second, based on measurements of average compression ratios of games, which is around 1.5 is to 1. While Kraken is an excellent generic compressor, it struggled to find usable patterns on a crucial type of content, the GPU textures, which make up a large fraction of game content. Since then, we have made huge progress on improving the compression ratio of GPU textures with Oodle technique, which encodes them such that subsequent Kraken compression can find patterns it can exploit. The result is that we expect the average compression ratio of games to be much better in the future, closer to 2 is to 1. When a game needs data on PS5, it makes a request to the IO throughput system, which loads compressed data from the SSD. that is then handed to the hardware Kraken decoder, which outputs the decompressed data the game wanted to the RAM. As for the game is concerned, they just get their decompressed data, but with higher throughput. Hope you guys understood something out of this. So the main deal is, one sec. Dan the man is here. I'm gonna put him onto the podcast. Hi, Dan the man. What's up, dude? Can you listen to us right now?
There's Dan. Hey.
Have you fixed your mic, Dan? We can.
By the way, I just typed in my numbers for what I've done in play hour time on GTA. Oh, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So
don't get
here
confused.
We go.
That Chocolate Dream Stream, that is my my YouTube name actually, or my YouTube channel, pretty much. So there you go.
I'm sorry, guys. It might feel embarrassed for you to read yourself, Tornado. I am not embarrassed though. That is the reason I'm gonna give you the honor of reading that sentence myself. If you give me permission, please.
Yeah, sure, do your thingy. Sorry about
so
that.
Before permission, Nunaya Business already says, Jesus. So, yeah. Anyway, my total GTA Online time is 17,138 hours since 2014 up till now.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot to include my level.
I was feeling embarrassed because shall I share my hours played? One sec.
Yeah, sure.
On MLB The Show 20. You guys need to congratulate me because I just attained the platinum trophy on MLB The Show 20. So Dan the man has joined the podcast, but he's adjusting his mic. We might hear him shortly though. I've spent...
You could have gotten a master's degree.
One sec. This is gonna be fun. So, Tornado, can you go ahead and read the sentence which I just typed?
Oh yeah. 1,120 hours on MLB The Show 20. It's respectable. Not bad. Not bad at all.
So you can talk it off saying like it's just a or what do you say, a sports game. It's just an online game which doesn't require you to utilize so much of time, right? Dan is trying to join. 1 second. The thing is, he's getting pushed out. I'll see how we can fix it once again.
You know what I actually forgot to mention with those numbers? You need a level and some money to be attached also to GTA. Yeah? Should I type it in or should I say it?
Yeah, you know, please go on.
I'm actually going to type it in. Why not?
Hi, Dan. What's up, dude? Can you listen to us?
You hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, yeah. Discord is messing up. That's why.
So you need to increase your mic volume, please. Do you want me to do from my end, or is it okay if you can do it?
Yeah, do that. I can't. I don't know how to do that. I can't do that on my mic.
Yeah.
A couple of numbers.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Dan, the thing is, have you adjusted the mic already?
Well, you said you were gonna do it because I can't increase the.
Yeah, it's okay.
I can increase your volumes.
Yeah,
but I can't increase my own dog.
Okay, I think it's fine. I have increased your volume by 180%. I think everyone can listen to you right now.
All right.
So everyone on the live chat, especially Nunaya Business and Ghost of New Orleans, who are listening right now on YouTube live chat, just say yes if you can listen to Dan right now. Dan, just introduce yourself in 10 seconds or under.
Yeah, I just play mostly Sony games. I played on Switch and PC as well, but primarily Sony, and mostly play like action and like JRPGs and fighting games.
10 seconds up. Dude,
that's it.
Ghost of New Orleans says he sounds good now. Nunaya Business says he sounds fine. That's absolutely good. See, Dan is the man when it came to all the stuff which went on yesterday. Everyone,
That shit was hilarious.
everyone, beyond being hilarious, Dan, you were one of the guys who took it up to yourself to just like lighten the mood, right? It is so damn hard sometimes to just like say something which is gonna be like taken in a completely different way, which is gonna be twisted and turned, so that instead of explaining it further, if you stay silent, it's gonna complicate it. If you're gonna explain it
What are you
further,
guys? What are you guys talking about?
yeah. Oh, were you there yesterday? During all the debacle
Which
which happened on KingThrash Discord?
in a grid? Yeah, grid.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Yeah,
Black
yeah.
Prodigy.
Oh
Leaving.
yeah. I was. I was.
Oh,
I was there
boy.
when it happened.
I wish I'd stayed on my PS5.
Dude, what do
though,
you
to be
say?
honest with you.
Dan, I promised.
I texted him. He's baiting. He's fine.
Yeah, I know
He's
that.
doing-
But
he's
the
doing
thing
good.
is, we need to address this stuff, right? I'm just gonna, because there are people from the Discord here, I'm gonna ask Ghost of New Orleans and Nunaya Business right now. Do you guys want us to go in depth regarding that topic and address it as briefly as possible so that we can put a full stop to this stuff, please? Because it's gonna go up again and again whenever a new person sees that they do not have the Black Prodigy anymore to push him around, pull him off, and get some entertainment of the evening, right? Everyone does that.
I'll probably be back in a month, honestly. Or
Not
2
even a
weeks.
month, dude, in a couple of days. I know
To be
that
honest
dude.
with you,
He is one of the soft spoken gentlemen when he's up on a podcast. Have you listened to my previous what do you say, video wherein we brought in the Black Prodigy on this show? Did you see that?
Yeah.
oh my god.
Okay, without like completely going and ruining everyone's time going through the same stuff again, if I'd like to give you a paragraph
Waste of
or
time,
at
man,
least
for
2
everyone.
minutes time, can you just share your experience without using cuss words? Because we'd like to say again, we respect you as a person. We respect you personally as a dude who has something to share about to us, right? But beyond that, when we talk about facts, we need to bring the nail on the coffin. That's sorry, my friend, if things that Tornado's crew spoke or even typed for that matter hurt you, if you want to take it in a bad way and make a reason for you to leave, that might not be, that might be just like an inciting event for you. You might have gone through so much of stuff till now. I don't know why you need to endure all that shit, right? Because as I spoke yesterday, Dan, he plays 70% of his gaming experiences are on a PlayStation 4 and even a PS5. Only 20 to
No, he doesn't.
30% he
I
plays
don't
on
think
an
he has.
Xbox.
I don't think he has. I don't think he has a
Nah,
PS5 yet.
I was gonna say I'm
Okay,
gonna
let's
stick
talk
with
about
Dan on that
PlayStation
one.
4,
I don't
right?
think he has a PS
If you
platform at all.
go through his trophies, if you go through his achievements on Xbox, so KingThrash has already done that. I've seen the previous video wherein he went through in detail. Even I've asked him on the podcast myself. He did not disagree. He said he agrees. He spends 60 to 70% of his time playing PlayStation exclusives. He only dabbles on Game Pass and he doesn't go past the tutorial mode on any single game which drops on Game Pass, right? So
He was on Hitman for a long time. I don't know how far he's
okay,
gone there.
if I'd
And
like to
of
put
Cyberpunk.
things crude to all these Xbots right now, Game
See,
Pass is a service where you're gonna be shoved in so many good games, if you'd like to put it that way. If you count indies or if you count old games as good, that is upon you, because every person's opinion is private. Every person's opinion is subjective, right? If you take it that way, every single one of the people right now, they have like 8.9% completion rate
Hmm.
on the Xbox right now. The people who use Game Pass have an 8.9 completion rate. Do you know
That's
what
terrible.
the recent, if you take the recent statistics of over 5 years, the most completed game which came out? Can you guys guess which was the game which most people, over, if I remember correctly, over 87, 88% of people who played it completed it? Do you guys know what game I'm talking about?
I don't know,
Anyone?
near.
Anyone in the chat? It's
I'm gonna
Ghost
be
of
honest with you,
Tsushima.
since I don't even
It's,
watch them on social media and anything.
yeah, dude. The answer is
I
Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, I thought
oh,
you meant
from
most
the
completed
PlayStation side.
game on
Oh, okay.
I thought
I
you
thought
meant
you
like
was
on
gonna say
Game Pass.
Xbox.
That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah,
was.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was
Sorry, I
like,
did not like
I didn't know.
put it in the
Yeah,
right
I
way.
remember
I
how
was
everyone
thinking,
beat Ghost,
yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was the most was one
and
of the
I
games which
would
was
think everyone
completed
must
by
have beaten
most people,
Spider-Man as
right?
well.
So
I
is
don't
it
think
a
I've met a single
game?
person who's played
My
part of
question is,
Spider-Man and didn't beat it.
yeah, Dan, my question is it linked to a certain service? Is it linked to PlayStation Plus? Did it drop on PlayStation Now? Did Sony give that game free of cost like they're doing with Play at Home initiative? What I'm saying,
No.
that is the reason. See, if you shell out money, at least if you pre-order a game, if you order a game, and if you feel that the quality is there, that is gonna pull you in and avoid you to
Price shouldn't be an issue then anymore.
spend more
Or
time
isn't an
on your
issue anymore.
backlog. If
Yeah.
I have like so much of shit to play right now, which is shoved at me every week, that is a problem. That is the problem I discussed in the previous episode. Dan, you weren't here, man. I compared Xbox Game Pass to an amazing buffet, right? You're gonna pay $200 for a meal. It's an amazing buffet, but the problem is there are no chefs. They're gonna have every single item
No quality
in
control.
multiples. So I'm saying you're gonna have 20 different types of cheeseburgers. You're gonna have 30 different types of fries with 40 different types of dips. You're gonna have 25 different types of ice cream scoops. You're gonna have 60 types of tomato soups. You're gonna have 100 types of steaks. But the main stuff is everything is inorganic. That is how Phil Spencer is trying to grow Xbox. It is inorganic. It is not
Just
farm
pumping
picked
money,
fresh vegetables.
pumping money to
It
get something good.
yeah, they bought.
Let's say.
Oh, they do you know this? I'm
And
talking
they're
about
not
this.
done yet. Eh? If I have to
One
believe
sec,
Fable,
Tornado.
they're not done yet. Eh?
Let me complete with my this analogy, right? Dan, I think you're listening, right? So I'm talking about this restaurant which serves all this stuff for a fair price of $200. You can eat whatever you want, how much ever you want. But the only caveat though is every single one of these products were taken out of a refrigerator and reheated to your liking, and they only
Bon
used
appetit.
canned they used canned vegetables, canned tomato sauce, even stuff which was prepared few days ago, who knows when. But one thing is that can be considered fresh because health wise it is fine. There are no fungus, there are no bacteria. It is tested for that. But the thing is, there is not a single chef there who prepares it after you've given the order because you are filled with so much of stuff. My next question is, are you gonna choose one steak, one starter, one entree, one main course, and a dessert? This is first option. My question to Dan. Or the second option is, are you gonna taste 20 spoons of 20 different parts of a soup, uh, 20 spoons of different flavors of an ice cream? Are you gonna take a bite out of a cheeseburger, a bite out of a steak, a bite out of a fry, another couple of bites out of a couple of cakes which were stored? So, how are you gonna enjoy this over a restaurant wherein you pay $100 for a simple meal which is gonna have a starter with a soup, an entree, and a dessert for your liking, which is prepared then and there with the top level chef? Just imagine even Gordon Ramsay as a chef, because Jim Ryan is Gordon Ramsay, right? You can see across the window, you can see Jim Ryan acting like Gordon Ramsay. So he's preparing you. Gordon Ramsay is one of the chefs who prepares and delivers breakfast to people like Obama, right? Are you gonna pay $100 for one full course meal, or are you gonna pay $200 and have a whole bunch of stuff from a buffet meal? Which are you gonna choose, Dan?
Obviously the restaurant. I said obviously the restaurant.
Right? But the thing is, there is no obvious answer here, because many of the people have chosen the restaurant and sticking with it. They do not have an option to choose the other restaurant. I do not understand what is holding them back. What, even I've seen a couple of people on Twitter, right? They do not own an Xbox Series X still. I have DM'd a couple of people. They have said like they have planning to pre-order it. They are waiting for it. They are Xbox gamers through and through, right? They want to associate themselves to a gaming corporation, to Phil Spencer, because it's a cult organization. That is a problem I have. If you own your console, at least that is when you might feel like you need to show your loyalty, right? What point are these people trying to prove on the internet when they do not even own an Xbox Series X because of shortages? I can understand people who can defend and who want to talk about PS5 because there are multiple reasons to do so. As you just mentioned, there are multiple reasons to be fed by Gordon Ramsay. Are there multiple reasons to eat canned food which you know which is old? But the canned food comes with HD textures, updates, boost mode. They are gonna boost the shit out of canned food by by adding some over the
Still
top,
shit.
over the counter cloves, over the counter herbs, which are again old. That is my point. What do you want to add to this, Dan? Why do you feel people want to defend a piece of plastic? We we are
There's a
doing what
value.
we are
That's
doing
the
is
thing.
mainly because of we are doing what we are doing mainly because of we already have less time to talk here because we are busy playing games on a PS5, new games on a PS5. But what is
I
your
mean,
perspective on
not
this?
always.
I'm
No.
gonna shut up for a moment though. I'd like you to talk and Tornado to chime in once in a while. So before you start your rant, I'm gonna read a couple of things from the chat. Ghost of New Orleans says, Ghost of Tsushima, we spoke about it. It's like having a choice between 100 ugly women versus 10 beautiful women. Which do you want to choose? Right, dude? Ghost, that is why I like you, dude. You also bring in more analogies, right? Nunaya says, not cat food, lol. People eating canned meat, especially canned fish, salted canned fish, stored in a refrigerator. It's cat food, right? You're right. Anyways, it's time for Dan and Tornado to take over the live stream right now. So, Dan, give out 50 cents on why people behave the way they behave even without owning a console. That is the second topic. First topic is, why do you feel Xbots take it up so much when we praise our games on our channels. I was not even shit talking. To give you an example, I was saying how Forspoken, which is officially revealed by Square Enix on yesterday's live stream, being the official title for Project Athia, which has been already announced to be a console exclusive on PS5 and also gonna drop on PC. It is confirmed for a 2022 release date. I posted a comparison shot on Twitter saying how Forspoken looks so goddamn similar to the Unreal Engine 5 tech demo. People took it to themselves to start shit talking about Forspoken. They said they took a 360p screen grab from YouTube, not even an official pic. They put it up on Twitter and said, this can run on my Xbox 360. This looks like crap. That is why it is coming to PS5. While we enjoy Outriders April 1st, free of cost. They said free of cost on a subscription service. So I do not want to push the buttons of Tornado right now. He's here
Oh,
to
boy.
tear the bed sheets. He's here to do a pillow fight with Xbots right now. But before he gets his opinion though, I want Dan to talk first. Go ahead, Dan. I'm gonna shut up right now.
I mean, it's mostly because it's a lot of misinformation and not honestly just experiencing the other side
Misinformation
or
is a
giving
big
it a
problem,
chance.
though.
Yeah, like my friend shared on Facebook a story because he's always had Xbox, and then he got a PS4, and he doesn't like single player games, but he buys God of War and Red Dead, and he was saying,
You
and
kind of
then he
contradict
got
yourself right there, then, indeed.
I know he's a fucking idiot, and then
Oh
he
my
got a
god.
he got a PC, and he's all PC now. He left PS4. He's like, I can't go on PS4.
Dude, but
It's the
the thing
frame
is, Dan,
rates, all this
can you
bullshit.
please limit this conversation to Xbox and PS5 though? I do not
No, I
want
know. Yeah, I know.
I
No,
do
it's
not
not
want
PC.
PC
It's the
people,
fact of what he
man.
shared. It's what he
I was
shared.
gonna say, I'm
He
still
shared
Okay, go
interested
ahead,
to
go
hear what
ahead.
Dan has to say.
Just a
yeah,
moment,
he
Tornado.
shared
Let him complete his say,
yeah,
please.
he shared an image. He shared
Yeah.
an image yesterday. It was Game Pass. And he was
Okay.
like, imagine having to pay 60 for all these games. And I see in there Anthem, which is $5 now. Like all these like shitty, like garbage fucking shovelware games. All the Battlefields, even the shitty ones, and I'm like, they're all like, you're not playing these. I know you're not. You're not playing. I bet you money you're not playing Anthem. There's no way you're playing Anthem right now. Like they're not, and also a lot of these
Not
games,
ever.
like, no, it doesn't
Shall
make
I
like their
give
mindset is just look at all these games we
Dude,
have.
yeah, Dan.
Look what I can choose from. But it's like
Yeah.
you're not playing them.
Yeah. Shall I give a simple example to that? My PlayStation backlog right now has more AAAs, has more high quality games, has more narrative driven games, has more games similar to Anthem, which are miles ahead of Anthem. My backlog, I'm talking about. All the games which I paid full price or even discounted price for that matter. My
That's
backlog
another
on the
thing people don't talk
PS4,
about.
which can be even accessed on the PS5 as well, right? As you know, that backlog has 600 games. 600 games is the value right now I'm getting on my PS5 because I bought all those games on PS4. I'm trying to get past most of the game. That is the reason I was in a gaming spree last month. This month, I mentioned I got platinum trophy on multiple games. I platinumed games like even niche games like Chaos Child. I platinumed 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. I'm almost
Oh damn, it's a long
halfway.
game.
Yeah, I'm almost halfway through East 9 Monstrum Nox. I am more than like 70% through Steins Gate Elite. I have completed the original one. I'm going through this
I
again.
think that was no, that wasn't free. Psychopaths Mandatory Happiness was
Yeah,
free on
dude.
PS Plus.
I play this stuff. I am on PlayStation for a reason. The reason is, despite completing AAA exclusives, AAA bangers, which win Game of the Years, I spend most of my time playing these niche games.
There's a lot
What
of niche
do you know?
indie
What
titles
my
that people don't
2017
talk
Game of the
about.
Year was? My 2017 Game of the Year was Danganronpa V3. That is my
Oh.
personal choice, dude. That is how much I love the shit out of that game. So this is what I'm talking about. When you have more value, when you have so much of backlog. So do you guys agree? My gaming backlog of around 500, 600 games, most of them, at least 300 of them, being like over the quality of any indie title, is it not better than Game Pass?
That's the thing I tell people. If you
Yeah,
just had
my
PS
backlog is
Plus
better than Game Pass.
and you just the discounts on some of these games are absolutely ridiculous. I picked up a few indies that were like $1. Oxenfree, Iris Falls, those were both $1. And then now PlayStation's giving out games to play at home. If you like
What's
follow
the mistake?
deals and know when they discount shit that are good, you can pick up a lot of games. And it's way cheaper than spending what $15 a month on Game Pass. And you get to pick and
Absolutely.
choose what you want. And you get to keep those games. They don't go anywhere.
That's
Add them to your library and you're good.
a great
That's the
point
key
you
wording,
brought
eh?
up,
What
Dan.
Dan said, eh?
That's a
You
great
keep them when
point.
you get them, eh?
But the problem
That's
is,
a key wording.
yeah, but one of the problem
Yeah, you
is,
keep them.
all these deals are the reason for our backlogs. If
Exactly. I didn't just like get like a bunch of money. Like I want to buy all these games. No, I bought God of War. I bought Horizon.
yeah,
That was in my back. God of War was in my backlog for like a year because I got it on sale for 20. I'm just starting Spider-Man right now.
Y-
I bought.
dude, do
like,
you
you
even
know,
believe
there's
me?
so much.
Being here running a PlayStation Vortex podcast, completely talking about PlayStation stuff. I even talk about Nintendo once in a while because I enjoy playing on my Nintendo 3DS sometimes.
Fucking Nintendo.
But do you believe me if I say that I still haven't fully beaten Miles Morales? The reason being,
Yeah.
there are so many games, good quality games. I'm one of the people who, if I love a game, I try to platinum it. I know,
I'm that way too. If it's
yeah,
too hard of a platinum, I don't do it. Like I think God of War it's a good. I love it, but there's too
no,
much shit to do
God
for
of War,
platinum. I'm not
those
doing it.
kind of AAA games, I do not usually go for platinuming them, right? They are one and done experiences. I do not want to like do an extra. For instance, Uncharted,
Careful
right?
saying
You
that,
get
bro.
platinum if at all you finish the game in that crushing
the
difficulty.
treasures.
I do not want to
And the
play
treasures too.
Uncharted on crushing difficulty. Come on, I'm
I
playing
the only
Uncharted
Uncharted I
not for the
platinum was
gameplay
Uncharted.
mechanics, right?
I platinum Uncharted 2.
Yep.
And that was the only one.
Yeah,
'Cause
same
that was
thing.
my favorite.
I
It was
platinumed
good.
Uncharted 1 because that came very early on in the life cycle of that PlayStation 3, right? That was the time wherein we didn't have good many games on PS3. The initial
Yeah, it
half
was
of
like the
that.
start of actual good games when Uncharted 1 came out.
Yeah, 1 second, Dan. I need to give some respect to our people here on the live chat. I'm gonna read a couple of stuff, then we can move on ahead with our discussion. So Ghost again drops in, says, if you add up retail price for games in Game Pass, it would come to the price of Game Pass. But the problem is, you never know when they're gonna pull what game from Game Pass, especially third-party stuff. Forget people who Ghost brought in a great point here. Forget people. The moment I give the same example Ghost on Twitter saying, if you add up the price, the market value, you can call market value, right? The market value of God of War at launch was $60. But right now, if you take the market value of God of War is around $10, if you ask me. That is the
Yeah.
reason once the market value goes down, that is when you're going to see all these deals. And especially now, Sony has become so good. Every single month there is this March deal going on right now. If you guys want to grab a game like
Yeah, I
Uncharted
just
Lost Legacy, they are running 60-70% discount on that shit, right? Dan?
I just picked up Trials of Cold Steel for 20.
Yeah,
Normally
dude.
a $40 game.
Yeah, whether we freaking play it now or tomorrow or next month or next year, it doesn't matter. Once we buy the game, it is for us to keep. There is just,
Whenever you have time,
yeah,
you can
whenever you
play it.
have time. Time is the biggest currency, people. Why the hell aren't you talking
Why would you
about
waste your
time?
time on these garbage games, even if it's free?
That is a problem, though. See,
As those people on Game Pass, they seem to love
have
it
you
though.
seen? Yeah,
You know the
Tornado.
usual suspects.
To give Ghost, Dan as well as Tornado an example. Have you ever seen anyone argue with a person who went to an IMAX theater to enjoy a movie paying $200 or $100, especially when it's a festive month, which is extremely busy? I've even paid a world premiere event or even a music show, right? Upward of $100-$200. Do you guys argue with me saying you could have watched a similar movie or the same movie when it drops on Netflix, when it drops on Disney Plus? Do you feel watching the Wonder Woman, the latest one on Disney
Not the
Plus?
new one. Not the new one.
Yeah, the new one on Disney Plus.
New one's garbage.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
whether it's
I'm not in the
garbage.
loop though.
Yeah,
So
that is the reason I'm bringing up the new one, dude. The reason I'm bringing up the new one is because I'm addressing Xbots, right?
Oh yeah, like they got it. You get a free day and date. Disney Plus,
Yeah.
but it's trash. So it's like, who
But
cares?
even if it's trash, do you think can you talk to all people who pay $100+ to watch it on IMAX, saying them, why the hell did you pay $100 to watch a movie? You could have paid $12 a month and watched it on TV at home. Does anyone do that? Don't we give respect for people who go to theaters and enjoy how the director intended, right? Do
If I can
movie
give an
directors
example.
intend movies to be watched at home or them to be watched on theaters?
I can give an example. A movie that I went out of my way to actually watch, and that was based on the commercial, and of course the actor himself as well. If I say Joaquin Phoenix, I'm pretty sure a lot of people already know which movie
Joker?
I'm going to mention. Exactly. That's the one that I went to
Joker.
a theater for, IMAX, and I paid the full load. Heck, I even went with my mother there, and I said to my mom, "Hey, look, this is a cool movie." And I'm like, you know what, Mom, we gotta have a looky at this one.
It's
This
an
seems to be
Yeah.
like a cool movie. And
Yeah.
hey, my mom enjoyed it, eh? I'm just saying, my mom.
yeah, it's on multiple
So
streaming devices. Are you foolish, Tornado? Are you foolish, man? It's on multiple streaming devices which you can watch at a low
I feel like
price
that's good.
of $12
Those
a
are good
month.
for good movies. That analysis
that
is
was a
good for good
movie that I
movies.
just wanted to see.
Yeah,
It was brand
yeah,
new in the
it's-
theater, and I was like,
know.
yo, I gotta put the money down. This seems
No.
like something a lot of people were talking
Yeah.
Dude.
about. I'm like, I gotta see it for myself.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I did, though. Believe me,
Okay,
I'm glad I
Street
did.
Jesus is in the waiting room. He has joined us. So there are so many fans
Oh,
of Street
God.
Jesus. What's up, dude?
Oh, there you go.
What's
Hey, there
cracking?
he is, man. Evening.
What's up?
So
Yeah, not much.
before
here?
Street Jesus, dude, have you fixed your mic? Can you just say hi to the chat once?
Probably the same thing happened to me. Oh no, he's good. He's good.
It's good. So
I heard him a little bit.
before Street Jesus, you're gonna be the one who is gonna address the stuff. Before that, I'm gonna read a couple of comments here on the live chat. Just give me a minute. So Ghost of New Orleans says, I platinum God of War, Spider-Man, Ghost of Tsushima. Good on you, dude. Nunaya says, violation for not already having trials. Dan,
It's fucking Trials fans. I only played East. Overdone got me into Trials. All right, just I'm trying it out.
Yeah,
Only because he
Overdone.
but
fucking keep
one
on
thing,
bitching
Lunaya, if you
about
want
playing
to hear
Trials.
from my side, I've completed Trails of Cold Steel 1, 2, 3. I'm
Fucking
almost
Trials fan.
60% through 4 right now, playing on my PS5. So I still got time because
Yeah,
I'm alternating.
when Trials in the Sky drops on Steam for sale, I'll pick those up.
Yeah, Trails in the Sky, I played on my PSP back in the day. That was an experience which I can even remember to this day, dude. The lore which goes in on all the
Estelle
Trails
is
games.
Bestel.
But if you ask me though, personally, I like E series more than Trials because of that fun combat and
That
bonkers
combat.
storyline. Every single E's title has that bonkers storyline wherein you can never guess what's gonna happen the next couple of
Yeah,
hours.
like I've only played
No
East 8 and
spoilers,
9.
please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. I've only played East 8 and 9, and then I've tried what was it? Arc. I got through halfway to Arc, but the combat it's too grindy. It got way too grindy.
You're
And
talking
I
about
looked it
which
up, and
game again?
that's how that the Arc and the Fishdom E6,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and you pretty much have to grind. There's no way around it. There's no side quest.
But
And I'm
if
just
you
like, I don't have
ask
time
me,
for
there is
this.
zero grind when it comes to East 8.
No, yeah, those are the new games. Those are the new
Yeah,
games.
yeah.
The new games,
They are old
those are
games,
the old
yeah,
games.
dude. Mm.
The old games, yeah. I started a little bit of the Ulten Falgana, which is a remake, I think, of East 3, Wonders
Yeah.
of East.
Yep.
And that doesn't have too much grindy, but like the game story wise, God tier, and the combat's great too.
Dude, I was playing East 9, Monstrum Nox. You can listen, people. I'm not gonna drop any spoilers because I respect gamers, especially gamers of niche titles like these
Yeah.
JRPG classics. I'm not gonna drop a single spoiler. Don't worry. I was going through East 9 Monstrum Nox. I was enjoying the shit out of the game. And then out of nowhere, on chapter 2,
Very early, yeah. I was about to say very early in the game, it hits
very
you with a
early
big
in the game,
freaking.
I saw
And
something.
I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Eh,
I
It
can't.
made
I
me
can't. I
flip
can't
my
predict what's
ass,
going
dude.
on.
It literally made me flip myself. I was like second guessing right now. What the hell's going on? I
was
thought I
like,
understood the story. I understood the
no.
mechanics. Nope. There's a screwball. There's a
I've
curveball.
never seen a game do that so early in the game that keeps you thinking after playing. Like,
Yeah.
it basically, you can't predict anything after that because you're thinking about that one moment,
Yep.
and they keep on bringing it up, and
Uh-huh.
you just can't predict it. This is not the end of the game. This is not the middle of the game. This is like it's chapter 2,
Yeah.
and you're
Then
just like,
chapter
what's
2
going
was
on?
bonkers, especially the starting, right? We are not gonna talk about it,
I was,
but
like,
we are gonna
what?
reference it.
Yeah, it's good though. A lot of these, like, they kill it with that, with the story and
But more than anything, guys, if you people even listen to the OST, the soundtrack,
God tier.
it is God
All
tier. It is
once you go, I'm just gonna
millions.
say one thing. When you go to the mountain, that's
Yeah.
all I'm saying. When you go to the mountain, that East 9 soundtrack, because I listened to all of them extensively, East 9 soundtrack is okay. It's
Yeah.
not on East 8's level.
Yep.
But there's that one song on that mountain that
Dude, shall I tell
absolutely
you the
takes-
name of
it
the
just
song if you want to
destroys
ask
everything.
me? Gendarmes.
Yeah, no, that's East 8. That's East 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about 9, is it?
East 8. I'm talking about 9. I'm talking about
Okay.
9. When you go to the mountain in 9, that soundtrack, it's called Blessing Way.
Ah, yeah,
When
yeah.
that
I've
shit
heard about
hits,
Yep.
I love it because it goes in for no reason. It's a side mission. They don't, they're just talking normally, and the soundtrack's just destroying in the background. I'm just like, why? Like that song by far is the best song in that entire.
But for
the
me
entire
though,
game.
because a sound of music, which is more subjective, right? I loved the introduction of how Doll is introduced. The moment Doll is added to your party, there is a stage wherein you move outside the town. That song is Marionette.
Oh, Oh, I think each character has their
Yep.
own like town music.
Sorry for
forgot her
everything,
music. I gotta
everyone on
listen
the
to it.
chat. Even I beg your pardon, Sri Jesus and Tornado, for all the easy shit we are pulling right now. But this
No
is
worries, no
what a
worries.
podcast is all about, right? We
No
talk our
worries.
minds sometimes. We go
I
on a
gotta listen to it
tangent.
again.
We go on a
My
tangent.
favorite is the last guy. I'm
Yep.
not gonna say his name, but the last dude with the ropes.
Yeah.
His town music is the best.
Yep.
I'm not gonna say his name.
Anyways, being the host of the show, I cannot allow Dan to go on a tangent because I'm gonna speak more than you, my dude, when it comes to Nihon Falcom games, right? So if you ask me, instead of wasting billions of dollars purchasing big ass studios like Bethesda, which doesn't make any goddamn sense if you ask me. Just if you
It
have
still doesn't,
a
by the
streaming
way.
service like
They're
Game Pass,
so
it made sense.
lackluster. Like I don't know why Bethesda.
Dude, don't you agree? Sony is pulling so many console exclusives without buying any studios. You people on the live chat, which is more innovative, which is more cost effective, let me know. Sony has got 2 Bethesda games launching on PlayStation 5 without shelling billions of dollars. They've got Forspoken, which was Project Athia. They've got Final Fantasy 16, right? And more games like Kenna Bridge of Spirits, which is a console exclusive again. Right? It's from a second party, you can call right now. No, you can
Ember
consider it to
Labs.
be a second party studio because Sony is funding it, right? See, what's the difference between a second party and a third party studio? So, first party studio is something wherein you are you have an umbrella of developers who you have nourished, you have grown organically, what Sony does, instead of inorganically buying shit which you look around, like what Xbox does, buying canned meat, right? Buying organically, trying to build a nice, reputable environment for your people to cultivate the next big AAA. That is first party. What is third party? It's all the people who publish with their own studios, with their own developing teams. What is second party is something similar to, like, what do you say? One of the examples is all the Quantic Dream games, right?
Square Enix.
Square Enix, not even Square. Square Enix is third party. What I'm talking about is,
Oh, you mean?
I'm talking about Quantic Dream.
Blue Point.
Bluepoint, Quantic Dream, even which was that game? Sumo Digital. For a few
Housemarque.
games.
Are they a second party?
No, Sumo
is a third
I think
party,
Sumo's
right?
third because Sumo made the Sonic. Sumo's third. Sumo made the Sonic
Yeah.
game. Sumo actually made Crackdown 3.
Oh,
A lot of people don't know about that.
yeah, I know that. They took
I don't
over the
blame them though
development.
because they can't make those games, but when it's a small game, they can make it. That's why I had
But
faith in them.
Lucid is the second party which brought in Destruction All Stars. Even
Lucid. What else? What else did they make?
they made a whole bunch of like rhythm-based games, if I remember correctly. They made a bunch of racing stuff. They made one of the games which was quite famous. I think it was like came out during the PlayStation 3 era. A couple of games which were like dropped on an indie kind of budget. It's not a AAA, what they did in the past. I think Split Second, yeah. They made Split Second.
I fucking love. I have that game right now. Let me see.
Yeah.
You think they did that?
Anyways,
I thought it was
Street Jesus, instead of me going ahead, there are a bunch of fans for you waiting, my dude. Instead of moving on, say hi to the chat and say what you want to talk right now.
So yeah, it's perfect what you're doing or whatever. I'm doing some.
Yeah, you can chime in. Let me know when you want to
I'll
rant.
chime in when I'm ready. No, yeah, you're doing good. I ain't even worried about it.
Yeah, if you want to have the mic to yourself for you to rant, I'm gonna do that because there are people waiting for you, dude. Especially there was one guy who said, "Where is Street Jesus? There's a reason I dropped on PlayStation Vortex Podcast for. Come on." I said, he's gonna drop in 15 minutes. They've been waiting. There are people. Anyways, I'm gonna address the comment section real quick. Then Dan, we can move ahead because there is a huge topic which myself, all four people who were in a heated topic yesterday, we are gonna address that shit. Anyways, Naya says, Sony, Ghost says, Sony has been giving away free games to keep forever. Don't get a better deal than that. We agree. Then Oddworld Soulstorm is on PlayStation Plus next month. Not just next month, for the next couple of months though. I like this aspect of how Sony is thinking to push PlayStation Plus. If you ask me, people, to be honest, I think right now I'm not one of those dudes who waits for games to drop on PlayStation Plus. I anticipated stuff, but I'm not the one who completely utilizes PlayStation Plus games like the Instant Game Collection as much as I feel like. Because right from the beginning, the most I get the value out of PlayStation Plus subscription, I think now is the right time to get it, right? It's just $40 a year if you get. You can even get it on CD keys right now for $39.99 for a year. I've stacked it up for till 2026. I have stacked PlayStation Plus till
2029. Yeah.
Oh, Tornado is the king here.
2029. I'm not even joking, man. I put money down on them, man. I had faith in them. When I saw the PS5, the initial reveal, yo, I was ready to go, man. I was like, I want to play. I want to play.
Dude, one thing.
And I wasn't kidding, eh?
Yeah, Tornado. I think Street as well as Dan, you guys can agree with me here. The most value I've got out of PlayStation Plus is not the Instant Game Collection. It is all these goddamn amazing deals, these discounts we get on top of the discounts which they release every single month right now. There is a March sales section on the PlayStation 5 store if you guys want to see. Even on the PlayStation 4, there is this big deal section. There is this indies collection wherein they give 60% discount already, and if you're a PlayStation Plus subscriber, you get 80% discount. I've seen one of the games, I think it's an old ass game which was remade for the PS4. I'm talking about a JRPG called Dot Hack. Have you guys heard about it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Dot Hack series is having a 90% discount right now. All three games which released on the PS2, which were remastered for the PS4, three games, that collection is having a 90% discount if you're subscribed to PlayStation Plus, or a 70% if you're not subscribed to PlayStation Plus. That's the reason the attach rate of PlayStation Plus on the PS5 is 87%. Can you imagine?
That's huge.
That is extremely huge. That never ever happened on a PlayStation 4. I think the way they introduced the PlayStation Plus collection on the PS5 was genius, if you ask me. Just imagine the kind of value these what do you say? All these brain dead people who are talking about how Game Pass is value. Can you compare that stuff? Just imagine you have missed the PlayStation 4 completely. You were on the Xbox 360, then moved on to the world's most powerful console, the Xbox One X, during the time with its 6 teraflops. Suddenly you missed out on PS4 because you were busy in your college, you wanted to face exams or whatever the stuff for 5 goddamn years. If you missed a PlayStation 4, right? Just imagine buying a PS5 right now. You're gonna get Game of the Year nominated, and even games which have won Game of the Year, like God of War, Uncharted 4. Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition with all the DLC, Persona 5, even Detroit Become Human, if you like that kind of stuff, along with Crash, Crash Bandicoot, the first game which came out, like the Insane Trilogy, along with Days Gone and other games. Just the value you get out of these games is more than 100 plus games which are present right now on Game Pass. This I'm talking about value for a consumer who hasn't played on a PS4, who has missed out on it. So, Sterl Jones, he's here on the chat. He says, "What's up, FNS?" I know what it means. I don't want to
Indeed.
spell it. So, once again, this is value, right? So, value, yesterday I was speaking. So, music to me might be noise to you. Noise to you might be music to me. So, it is subjective. If you want to talk about something on social media, if you want to talk about an experience, let that be about either hardware or software. You can talk or brag about hardware, how it made me feel new, how it made me realize so much that this is the next gen. This is the power we are trying to tap. You can talk regarding that. You can brag about it because you own it or you're planning to own it. If you want to brag about a game, you can do that as well. But never brag about a service which makes you wait for games to drop in. That is the reason. Have you ever seen anyone talk at length on Twitter or even on social media regarding PlayStation Plus beyond what is required? Because we are busy sharing screenshots of all the AAAs we are enjoying right now. As I was speaking yesterday, Nunaya knows because Nunaya's Ghost of New Orleans were here on my podcast yesterday. But just to bring it up briefly and not bore you guys, to Dan and Street Jesus and Tornado who are here, who were not there yesterday, I was saying, does do you want to give an Oscar to a streaming service? Have you seen that happen, dude? Is there an award in the Oscars or Golden Globes, the Best Streaming Service of the Year award, which brought us, for a cheap price of $15, movies, old ass movies, which won Oscars, like Inception, right? Like Avatar, like even old movies or even recent ones. We are gonna give this year's Oscar to Disney Plus because for a cheap price of $12 a month or $10 or whatever it is, they gave you WandaVision, which was streamed and which made the service hit 98 million subscribers in a short span of 2 years. Or not even 2 years, less than 2 years. Let's give the Oscar this year for Disney Plus for having WandaVision, for having all the Marvel Cinematic Universe game movies, for having Simpsons, for having so much of shit. My question to you, Dan Street Jesus, have you seen any award like that? Have you seen anyone brag about it in that way?
Not me.
Then why is Game Pass getting this unwanted attention? That is my next question. I'd like you guys to talk for a couple of minutes. Then I'm going to take over.
Does it get fair?
Game Pass. Game
Yeah, Tornado, you have something to say? Dan, you can go ahead, please.
Yeah, I got something. I heard Street saying something as well in the back. But anyway, why does it get validated? I think it's more to do with the fact that they want to have something to brag about, like, oh, look at us, hey, we got something for a price that you guys can't match. Eh? It's more to do with it's cheap, you know. But here's the thing, and that's always the slogan that I live by. I'm an old school guy, 80s, so I always say like you get what you pay for. And to be honest with you, if I look at Game Pass, that slogan definitely hits home. Though you get what you pay for. Eh? So you
You
figure
do
that out what I'm
not
trying to say
get
with that.
what you pay for. That is a problem, Tornado. I'm trying to address
No.
here. You
Here's the
haven't
thing.
paid
Here's
for digital rights of
I
any
know.
any
What
of
I'm
those
trying
games,
to say.
right? Right.
No,
You
no.
go
What I'm
ahead.
trying to say.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say in my, at least in my head, when you're paying for $1, you shouldn't expect the world. That's what I'm trying to say. $1, you can't compare that to a $70 price tag. There's a difference between that. I always like to compare it to a car. I'm like, that Dacia or Renault or whatever kind of car you put up against a BMW or an Audi, it doesn't go that fast around the corners or on that same track. You know, you can't compare the two. There's a price difference in there and a
Dude,
driving comfort as
shall I
well.
shall I
It's
give you
that simple.
one more analogy? These people,
Yeah.
just because they ate $1,000 meal which is meant for a president of US, which was tailor made by Gordon Ramsay or any of the Michelin restaurants out there, just because you
Say,
ate that stuff doesn't make your shit smell any better. So Game
no,
Pass is all that regurgitated shit, which is having boost mode. Our shit has boost mode right now. There are flowers on your shit right now. No matter how good they put a spin on that stuff, can you eat shit? Absolutely not. That is what I'm getting at. This is what is gonna end up if gaming is gonna go in this route. Then the one reason people complain, right? My PlayStation Vortex podcast, even people complain to KingThrash sometimes. Why the hell do you guys waste your time talking about Game Pass, right? This is the next question I get every single day. So before getting into that, I'm gonna address the chat. Was one moment. I was here right now. Nunaya says, I was going to buy Oddworld anyway to support them, still making games like that. It's really nice that we get it for free. Good. Elite says, great show, people. Yeah, it's gonna be great because there's a great panel right now. It was lonely. I addressed a couple of episodes on this podcast alone. I spoke for 3 hours 20 minutes 2 days ago because of you people like Naya Business, Elite HVM, Ghost of New Orleans, and even one more fella, a couple more people from Twitter. I was able to pull that off. It was like a broadcast 2 days ago. I spoke for 3 hours 20 minutes because you are the people who made it successful, right? But today is different, my people. We got Dan the Man, Street Jesus, and Tornado also chiming in. So it's gonna be a great show, as you said, Elite. Next, Denaya says, Go says PlayStation First Party is better than Bethesda. Dude, for that, my question is anything better than PlayStation First Party right now? Is anything? Forget Bethesda.
if you have to go off the latest game awards, then I think you already got your answer. Then
is
I'm
anything
just saying.
is anything there right now on the planet which can win over 300 critic awards like Last of Us Part 2? Is there anything? Then why the hell do you want us even to validate ourselves comparing to Bugthesda? It's a Bugthesda. Apart from Wolfenstein and Doom series,
I was gonna say it's software.
everything else is filled with bugs. It is not a smooth gaming experience, right? If you want to install a day one patch, if you want to wait for the next patch for you to boot up the game, that's not gonna feel good, my friend. Next, Nunaya says, because Sony does what they have done for ages, is spend money only when you have to but more importantly, make and keep relationships with studios. That's the Japanese business model. Absolutely. That is one of the reasons I hate one of the aspects wherein back in 2016, Dan, are you still listening, dude? I think he might
Still
have.
might be there though, I guess.
Yeah, Street, what's up?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're
I'm
here, right? Back in 2016, when they dissolved.
Yo. Oh, I was muted. My bad. I
Oh,
don't know.
Dan is
I can
here.
hear you.
Anyways,
No,
Yeah, I can hear you.
see, he's talking about a Japanese business model wherein money spent has to be by trying to keep relationships with studios more than just trying to buy established studios outright, right? It doesn't better your relationship, friendship, even communication, even getting to know an architecture, a system architecture from the ground up doesn't happen just by buying shit off the shelf, right? So it has to be built up by, over a period of years, even decades, by organic growth. That is what one of the reasons I hate one aspect of 2016, wherein they dissolved Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, Japan, and America, and made the main headquarters in Los Angeles, right? It's Los Angeles, if I am right. You guys can correct me.
San Francisco.
San Francisco, yeah. So they made it into Sony Interactive Entertainment, right? So that is when we started seeing more push towards westernization, more push and budget, and even developing studios trying to appease American crowd, trying to appease Western audience more than their old core community, which was built upon by their main headquarters, which was situated in Japan. Ken Kutaragi is the father of PlayStation. No matter what you guys tell me about, I'm gonna respect that dude, right? So,
True.
this is one of the things we need to assess right now. They have shut down Japan studio. All those people who have left from there have joined Team Asobi, correct, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most
Oh,
of
no,
them.
no, no. Some
Not
yeah,
all
so
of
most
them
of
though.
them went to Team Wasobi. In December, actually, a lot of the devs like Gravity Rush, they left to make their own studio, and some of them
Exactly.
just got dissolved. Honestly,
Yeah.
some of them went to Team Wasobi, some of them just left.
So
But December was a big exodus.
yeah, that is sad to
people
know
leaving.
because Team a Japan studio brought in games, especially exclusives, on PlayStation Vita, on PlayStation 3, which were deadly when it comes to bringing in more of what we used to love during the PlayStation 2 era, right? I'm talking about games like Legend of the Dragoon, games like Shadow Hearts, all those old
Gravity
games,
Rush.
even level 5 exclusives, right? All these games. Few of the games, even like, have you guys heard about a game called Rain?
I heard of Heavy Rain.
Not Heavy Rain. It's a game. It's like a side scroller wherein your character is invisible until he comes out of the house. When it rains, you can see the silhouette of him walking around.
Oh wait. Wasn't that an indie title or not?
Yeah, it was on PS3. Developed.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah.
It was such an amazing concept back in the day. Just imagine the thought of making that game, right? You are an invisible character wherein it's a third person side scroller. The graphics are okay. But once you come out of your house, when you're walking around the street, when it starts raining, then you can clearly make out the outline or the silhouette of the character.
Kind of like that effect that you had in Death Stranding.
Yep.
Something like that. It kind of reminds me
So
of that.
one more game I need to cap right now. I need to bring in. What do you say? game which was exclusive to the PlayStation Vita, right? I'm talking about Gravity Rush. Gravity Rush
Mm-hmm.
2 was screwed up, I know that. But Gravity Rush 1, I played the shit out of the game on
Wait,
the
2 is
PlayStation
bad?
Vita. Wasn't it a good game, Dan? Didn't you enjoy it? If you,
No, yeah, I played Gravity Rush, but like, what happened? 2 is bad?
yeah, you can easily play it on PS4 as well, right?
Yeah, I bought both remastered, but like, I just know for Gravity Rush 2,
It
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 didn't sell well because
it was
they
such a,
didn't market it.
especially the first game. It was such a cool concept, right?
No
You
one marketed the game.
the traversal of the game was unlike anything. The way they used the
No,
rare
it's unique.
touchpad, correct? The way they used the rare touchpad, which was underutilized, if you ask me, when it comes to PS Vita. It was a gorgeous looking OLED display, which was 5-inch. During that time, I can absolutely for sure say there was no smartphone with such an brilliant display running what the PlayStation Vita could achieve, right? It was a hardware marvel. The one thing which killed it, to be honest, to every one of you people who play on PlayStation Vita right now, is the proprietary memory cards.
It was PS Home as well. PS Home was pretty bullshit.
That was hilarious, dude. I don't know
No,
why they
PS
pushed it.
TV. PS TV.
Yeah, PSP was a whole other issue because the games on PSP were not graphically intensive, which did not take up as much space as the ones on the PlayStation Vita, right? PlayStation Vita, we entered an era wherein the internet speeds were high, wherein we could support, we started buying more digital games instead of buying those cartridges. That is the reason I'm talking about that stuff. PSP, I never bought a single game on the PlayStation Store during that era. Most of the games I bought on my PlayStation Portable were all those chips, right? All those cartridges. Even the UMDs I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So when it came to PS Vita, games were a couple of gigabytes. So definitely you needed to expand, but those memory cards were so goddamn expensive, it wasn't even funny. That was one of the reasons. Uh, I felt that was way beyond what Nintendo 3DS could achieve at that point. If they could have continued to support it like they did with the PlayStation Portable, which was a very successful handheld, it could have definitely been better. Anyways, without getting sidelined with this topic, let me go through the comment section. I meant to say that dissolving Japan studio really felt bad, mainly because
That
not
shit,
just the games.
it hits hard.
Yeah, it is
It's
one
like
of the
that's
studios
that's
which
the heart of
just,
that.
yeah, Dan.
That shit sucks.
Yeah,
It's pretty much the heart of their
It,
business. I think Dan was going to say.
no, right now as we stand, we have a whole bunch of studios which target the Western audience, which
Same shit.
completely,
Westernization,
yeah,
like I said.
this is one of the problems. Westernization of games
Damn.
has hit PlayStation really hard. That is the reason why they feel like they need to put unwanted steam, unwanted clouds around the, what do you say, privates, around like every single anime kind of game right now. Everything they need to push censorship so much. They never used to censor shit, even on a PS Vita. The initial days I'm talking.
I just say let it slide now at this point. Just fuck it. Let him have it. Like it's not a big deal. I don't know why they're censoring everything because there's sex scenes in Last of Us too. So it's like
No,
why they get away with that.
no.
I
What is the
personally don't like any
point?
of that like moe stuff.
No,
But
my question is,
there's no
when the
point.
whole narrative of the game is filled with perverted stuff, I'm talking about waifu kind of games, right?
Yeah.
If you feel disgusted about that shit, how can you accept the storyline? How can you accept the narrative in those games? So you mean to say just because there is imagery which shows a little bit of flashes of panties, a little bit of flashes of cleavage, suddenly out of somewhere, a little more of jiggle physics, all of a sudden, because that
DOA
game
still a
is gonna
game.
fall under the mature category, it's gonna do not gonna do well when it comes to sales, as if parents are making the decision right now.
Doc, they haven't seen Dead or Alive, I guess. Huh?
Dead or Alive is still a thing. Like, I don't get it.
I'm just saying. They haven't seen anything yet, though.
I
If
get
they're
it. It's
censoring shit,
wild.
then
It's
wow.
wild, but like you don't. It's like, honest to God, I'd rather my kid play that than I'd
No,
rather my 8-year-old play that as a wild 8-year-old. I don't know, but like GTA is really wild with the
no,
stuff you can
when
do.
a
It's
main,
very wild.
yep, no, when a
Mortal Kombat is really
mainstream
wild
game,
with the stuff they show.
don't you
Like,
think Sony Santa Monica, I'm talking about the most well critically acclaimed game of the year right now, 2018 God of War. Do you think this westernization, this censorship bullshit made for the very first time there was no full frontal nudity or there was not even a mini game? I agree.
no sex mini game.
It is a game which mainly targets the emotional relationship between the father and the son. I'm not saying we missed it.
It's a whole reboot. I'm glad they went that route, like to change everything, which was
Yeah.
good.
I
Because
explained
in
that
the
to someone
context
as
of
well.
that game,
I too
a
like
sex
that
mini
there
game
was no
wouldn't make
nudity
sense.
in that for the very goddamn reason. It wouldn't have fit it any way, shape, or
Yeah,
form.
it wouldn't have fit the game. Like
They would made
there
another
wasn't a lot
angry
of monsters
character
anyway.
same
No,
type
It was
of
but
mostly
game.
trolls.
It wouldn't have done well.
Maybe if you met Hela and Hell, like if Hela was there,
they could have
he
done
would
a
be the only one I
flashback
would
scene,
think.
right? Flashback scene.
Oh, the Valkyries. The Valkyries weren't dressed that slutty too. So yeah, it's fine. Like they didn't really need it.
No, we do not talk about these kind of games, right? In these kind of experiences. What I'm talking about right now, I'm not talking about being pissed off of not having nudity in God of War. That is not I'm talking about. I am talking about when you can accept
God of War before.
Kratos ripping the head off of Helios. It is
That was
the
wild.
next level of grotesque imagery. Do you think that is any way, shape, or form better than censoring cleavage? Is violence not bad enough compared to little bit of profanity? How do we define a game being teen, mature, adults only? I still remember in the European territory and in Australia, if I'm right, God of War, the original one, the PS2 one, was rated adults only, not even mature.
Let
Do you
me
guys
have a
know
look.
that? It's wild, right?
Have a look, cause I have the damn game in my closet here. Oh shit! Sorry about my mic was scratching against the door of the
Yeah.
closet. Here it
Anyways,
is.
instead of this censoring stuff, wasting our
18
time on the
plus,
podcast,
actually. I'm
moving
not even
on,
joking.
Nunaya says, uh, right, I think because of the underwhelming reaction to Fallout
Oh,
4 and the terrible crap that was Fallout 76, I believe
Yeah, people
Starfield
don't talk
not
about
being
that.
an
Fallout
amazing
4 was an
release,
amazing
that they
game.
would have been in trouble.
It was underwhelming. Exactly.
Yo, 1 second. Umar Yusha is here. He's one of the OG people here on the podcast live chat, at least. Hi, Umar. What's up, dude? He says, problem is those games never sold too well. He's talking about Japan Studio games. If only they did,
Yeah.
we would have gotten
Shame
more
though.
of them. Yeah, that is one of the
Mhm.
issues. I agree. That is a problem with niche titles, right? That is the reason I'm talking about Japan Studio getting sunk. Because if Sony doesn't support these studios which do not sell extremely well, who's going to support them? Who's going to make these kind of experiences? What they're gonna do, all these developers who left Japan studio, they're gonna form their own studio, make a low budget indie game on mobile. If it becomes a hit or a cult classic, they're gonna drop that shit on streaming service like Game Pass. Do you want to see that stuff? Or do you want to see games like Gravity Rush? That is a problem I have of these big companies, a $1 trillion company like Microsoft, trying to get onto the monopoly of things by trying to buy Bethesda for $7.5 billion. Just compare that
True.
stuff to what Sony did with Insomniac, buying it for under
True.
300 million.
Doc, when you say that, the
Huh?
Bethesda 7.5 million, I'm gonna type something in your chat. This is what I think of. I'm actually gonna type it in. Here
Yeah.
we go.
Street Jesus, you've been awfully silent. What do you want to
I
say?
always think of this
How do you
scene.
want to compare
Check this out.
Sony's acquisition of
you go.
Insomniac for under 300 million? How do you say when it comes to value? Comparing that to buying Bethesda, the complete ZeniMax umbrella for 7.5 billion. What do you want to say regarding
go.
that?
Make that game. I forgot the name of the game.
Dan, anything for you to say?
Bethesda?
Yeah, I'm comparing Insomniac to Bethesda. I'm talking
I
about
don't,
value.
I don't know why.
Insomniac any day of the
bad.
week.
That's terrible for Insomniac to be compared to a studio like that.
I was gonna say that's beneath them.
Yeah, that's very beneath them. They haven't. Insomniac at this point hasn't. Naughty Dog used to be my best devs, but Insomniac has now taken that thing. Like they have not created like a bad game, honestly.
They've been
Like with Ratchet coming out, like Spider-Man, like these guys are like they've been hitting it out the park.
The Resistance games were not
Double
bad
games
so
games at all.
this is one aspect wherein I say Sony's approach of no going around with a checkbook. They're not doing that stuff. Mainly because instead of trying to buy another studio for another $1 billion, they are investing in sneaky shit right now. They just
Yeah,
bought
they're like
they just bought 1.9% share from Kadokawa, right?
Oh yeah.
They-
What was it? The publisher
One
for
more
the,
thing,
the
let me
Souls games
complete.
From
I'm gonna
Software.
give you guys
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys 3 examples.
Yeah.
3
That
examples
was a
of
smart move.
See, everyone on Twitter is pointing fingers at me saying, "What is Sony? Sony is a poor company. They do not have
No,
money.
they're not.
They
They got money, though.
cannot lift a
Believe
finger
me.
against Microsoft before Jim Ryan decides to buy anything. Microsoft would end up buying studios or even big corporations like Sega. They are capping for that crap without any evidence because they believe in Uncle Phil. So, shall I give these experts 3 examples of how Sony's gonna pull the rug off of their asses with quality, cheap, and technically sound investments which we can never even fathom? I'll give 3 examples. One, as I spoke about already, 1.9% of Kadokawa Games,
Like I
Kadokawa
said,
Studios.
From Software.
If you guys don't know, Kadokawa is one of the biggest conglomerates which has so many studios under its umbrella which make original anime in Japan. I'm talking
not
about
only that,
all the big names out there.
and they
I'm
got From Software as well, eh?
Dude,
The
there
makers
is
of the Souls games.
yeah,
They
there
got
is
them as well.
there is Funimation. There is Funimation,
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll
Holy
right
shit.
now.
That's also from them.
Yeah, that's also from them. And do you guys
own
know
them.
one
They
interesting
own
tidbit?
them.
One more
Hey, and
interesting
they
thing
got
is,
Evo. What the
dude,
hell are they doing
I'm
there over at
yeah,
Sony?
dude, I'm getting there, Tornado.
Damn.
Dude, From Software comes from there.
I know Kadokawa. That's also a
It
part of them.
comes from Kadokawa, right? Do you
Yeah.
guys even feel how much 1.9% of stake is right now? It is huge
I have no idea
because
what kind
such
of
a
number
huge
is attached to
corporation,
it, though.
right?
Are we talking billions here,
But
or
they
No,
spent
not billion.
no. Do you guys know they spent around $1.1 billion to acquire all the rights of Crunchyroll? $1.1 billion.
Jesus.
It is being mentioned on the official Crunchyroll FAQ page. If you guys want to know what I
damn?
mean, $1.1
Exclusive anime
million.
games, maybe?
Do you
Like,
know the
I
kind
don't know.
of repercussions this is gonna have?
That's gonna
They're
have
gonna
an
get
effect.
a whole slew of intellectual properties from Crunchyroll, which, if at all they decide, can introduce those characters in their first party games if they want to. If they end up
That is,
making
yeah.
if they
Right.
end up making the next PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, if they end up making the next Battle Royale 2, now because they even own EVO Tournament, that
Point
entire
number 2 you were
thing,
gonna mention.
just imagine them having all these Jump. You guys know what Jump is? Shonen Jump. It is one of the
Yeah.
magazine.
Oh god. If they can make a Jump Force that's actually not garbage,
Yep.
that would be like really good.
Yeah. One more thing. This is the second point, right? There is one more topic of contention. I'm talking about sneaky moves which Sony is pushing right now. The third sneaky move, which you guys might not have noticed, most of you might have, they have spent around $700 million over for the next 8 to 10 years to get a whole bunch of third party exclusives which are gonna
Yes, I
drop.
saw that.
Sorry, it's not 700. I'm wrong. I think it's 300. They have spent $300 million on multiple
know.
deals from third party studios to bring console exclusives to PlayStation 5.
We don't
Which,
know about these games. These are all just deals. We have no idea what games they are.
yeah,
I was gonna say the
it's
interesting thing
it's
now that
gonna
Dr.
drop.
Shifera says that,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
actually
gonna
gonna add
drop out
something
of
to that,
nowhere.
though. I'm
Just
gonna add something
imagine
to that, though.
waiting 2 years to play Project Athia, right?
Yeah, I know.
2-year
Can't.
console exclusivity.
I just
Doc,
can't. That's
I
too
want to add
long.
something to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Keep in mind what you were gonna say.
Okay.
So the deals that Sony has been making, with the money that they've been going around at third-party developers making some deals, right, for exclusive games
Yeah.
or content or both.
Hmm.
Apparently, and it's not a rumor anymore by this point in time. Apparently, Sony has spent so much money at certain third-party developers that Microsoft wasn't even willing to go over their bids. That's saying something,
Yeah.
though. That's saying something. I
No,
mean, put it into context. If they're spending $7.5 billion on Bethesda, why do they deem that more worth than all those deals that Sony
shall I
have been
tell
making
you
that
an
actually
answer for that?
value more?
Shall I give you an answer for that? Because the way acquisitions happen in Japan is completely different to way acquisitions are handled in Europe or America.
West, yeah.
That is the reason. Have you seen an article wherein Microsoft was the laughing stock when they approached to own Nintendo?
Right? Yeah,
Yeah, I
Nintendo's
know.
like a fucker,
Nintendo
too.
laughed them out of the
They
building, and rightfully so.
so
And
people
rightfully so.
here on Twitter, there are a couple people even like Kids Move, even post up. I've seen those guys say, if Microsoft wants to, they can buy Sony.
You can't just do that.
Who
A
is
company has to be willing.
who is in the freaking market? Dude, shall I give you an
Can't just
example
do that
though?
shit.
Shall I give you an example without shouting too much? Dan, are you listening right now?
Yeah. Wait.
Shall I allow you to barge into my home and ask me a price
Mm-hmm.
to buy my 77-inch LG C9? Or just for an example, I have a PlayStation 5 disc version, right? Just imagine yourself barging into my house without even taking my appointment, right? Just dropping into my house and asking me what is the amount of money you're gonna accept to sell me your PS5. If you ask me that, I am gonna shut the door on your face. The reason why, I am not for sale. I am not
Exactly.
I am not put up a garage sale here. Sony is not on a garage sale. Nintendo is not on a garage sale. Sega is not on a garage sale. They are running their own business. You cannot point your nose in other people's business and talk.
Sega kind of is, but
It's
you
like,
have to have a
Sega
good
is
relationship with
struggling
dude,
for
them.
money though. They had a
it,
small little reorganization, eh?
yeah, Tornado, do you
Persona.
feel,
Persona's the only reason keeping
yeah,
them afloat.
Dan, I'm gonna
I was
ask
gonna
you one
say
more thing. If it's like a red light district or a place which has a hotel, just imagine, which has a bunch of prostitutes. You can go there, work out your price. Bethesda is one of the prostitute there, who is a very rich prostitute.
I got a
You,
different wording for you on that one. Proper
you
garden
as
tools.
Microsoft,
Yeah,
one sec. You as Microsoft can go there and make a deal that I'm gonna buy this prostitute
proper
for
garden tools.
$7.5 billion. Who is gonna give
What?
me a lap dance? One sec. Who is gonna give me a lap dance and do all the things I tell her to do every 6 months or every 3 months on Game Pass?
Proper garden tool.
On Game Pass. You
Mhm.
can do that stuff. You can do that stuff
Um.
because you've gone to that kind of hotel. Because they are the people. I'm
Proper
talking
garden tool.
about this with full damn respect to prostitutes.
Proper
Because it
garden
is their
tool.
one of the professions which they have chosen. I give respect to them, right? They're making,
Proper
Hold
garden
on.
tool.
yeah,
Actually,
they're making
I gotta
money
head
off
out.
their bodies.
I gotta head out soon.
Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
I gotta head out soon. So if there's anything you want to ask me before I leave, I'll just go
Yeah,
now.
if you want to introduce something you'd like to talk about any of the things
Um.
which you have seen right now.
No, not really. Just Sony's just making moves. Um. If anyone talks about Game Pass, the Game Pass is pretty good, but like the deals you get with PS Plus plus the free games you get
Hmm.
are like
They
just
can't match it.
it's too much of a deal to pass up on with like because they've also proven that PS Plus free games they just been getting better and better
Yep.
like and like for people who like wait and then don't buy games. I waited. I was not that excited for FF7 because I know they're making multiple games, but I saw Integrate trailer. They released it free on PS Plus. I never bought FF7. I bought the game on sale for 30 because I would get the PS5 upgrade. If
Yeah.
you get the free version for FF7 remake, you don't get the upgrade. It's a good game for people who don't want PS5s yet or just fine with the PS4. That's why like that's there.
Yeah.
So
I've completed
like
the
the free
game though
games you get,
on PS4 Pro.
yeah, the free games you get, it's still a really good game. It's one of the few games that looks amazing and doesn't like destroy the PS4 fan. It's actually
Yeah.
pretty okay.
Hmm.
But yeah, like Game Pass is good, but there's just quality that you're just missing out of that Sony like just honestly has. Honestly, like you won't get that anywhere else.
Shall I tell you what's funny, Dan? After the whole week of little trickling in and out of all the news dropping as how Outriders is dropping day and date, how they are planning to release Octopath Traveler on the Game Pass. After a
Yeah.
whole week of Xbox news, out of nowhere, Sony got the mind share of every single one of us just by dropping the pictures of controllers of PlayStation VR 2.
Yo, and yeah. Before I leave, I want to talk about that. I've never been about VR until like I think say 2 years ago, where I played the Oculus and the PSVR.
Yeah, it has.
And I was sold on it. I was like, this is, if you have the room.
Yep.
There's just experiences on VR that just take some games to another level. Even little indie games just are so, it's a whole different experience in VR. And seeing those controllers, people don't realize like they can detect your fingers.
Yeah.
In VR, at
That
most
is-
you
that
can
is
just
the game
grab.
changer, pretty much.
Just grab.
That is beyond
All
next
they can
gen.
detect really is
That is true
your
next
whole
gen right
hand.
now.
Yeah. There's a tech demo of someone making like Lego blocks in VR. That's very hard to do because he's holding each piece with his fingers.
Yep.
Very like carefully. He's choosing. You cannot do that in VR right now. Oculus 2, all that shit. They can't do that. At most, you can grab things with your whole hand. They don't have the technology to do
No,
intricate things with your
I don't
fingers.
think there's
That's really
anything on the
precise, though.
market right now, even on PC, right, Dan?
Hey,
Nothing. As I'm saying, Oculus included, PC. PC, you cannot. It looks better. It looks way better on PC, but they don't have that. They do not have the
details.
technology. Yes, they don't have those like
You can say the
VR
details pretty much.
with haptic.
Damn.
Now they're putting haptic feedbacks in the controllers. Everyone that played the
Adaptive
PS5,
triggers?
They know what
Dan,
that feels like. Adaptive triggers.
I gotta add something to that though. Dan, imagine PSVR 2 and Half-Life Alex. We're done, eh? Pretty much.
Yeah. People like what
If they can pull that off,
dude, do you know how much it is to get
Hey.
Half-Life Alex? You have to get the Oculus version for Half-Life Alex.
I was
which
gonna
is,
say,
Yep.
if
It's
they
like,
can
what,
bring that out on
500?
PS5 with PSVR, you're done.
If the VR2
You're done.
releases for 300,
You got your
I'm
console
buying
killer
it
right
day
there,
one.
your killer app.
Dude, I think
If it's
the
400,
next
500, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be mine. The thing is, people don't understand is another funny thing.
If
The
they can put
PSVR
Half-Life Alex on there, eh, on PSVR, I'm in. I don't care if it costs
Yo,
5 or 600.
The
I'm in.
PSVR in
I am
itself
in.
wasn't really. They didn't put. Sony didn't put like 100% effort in there. They're using freaking Move controllers. They're reusing assets from things that didn't
Dude,
really
the
work.
PS3
for the
Move
PSVR.
controllers, man, come on, they are atrocious when it comes to VR. That
They-
is the one
they had-
problem I had with PSVR.
it's a smart
No
move.
analog sticks.
They made it
glimpse,
work.
eh? They gave you a small glimpse of how
No,
VR actually
movement,
works.
Yeah. And they
traversal
saw how
movement was
much
pain in the
people
ass.
killed it. They saw how much people like were interested, how much it sold. It's still pretty expensive, but people still buy it. Now I don't tell them buy it because PSVR 2 is coming out, but I still tell people to buy
No,
it.
I still,
And this
I
is
have,
Sony at 100% in VR.
yeah, dude,
And this
yeah,
is what
Dan,
we
I
got.
have a PSVR. I played a whole bunch on it. But one of the issues I want to talk about is PlayStation VR is the one thing which you cannot experience anywhere else without experiencing it firsthand. You can watch a whole bunch of videos, you can read walkthroughs, you
That's
can
all
read
VR.
reviews.
You gotta experience it.
You gotta
Exactly.
experience
You gotta
yourself.
put it on your head.
But
Mhm.
one more
And
limiting
figure it out.
aspect for it is it cannot be played for hours on end like what we do laying off on a couch while playing consoles, right? That is one more thing. At most, you can play 2 hours max. Beyond 2 hours, you'll feel that fatigue. Yeah, because every single like extrasensory thing is gonna make you have a headache if you go beyond 2 hours.
I was gonna say,
Anyways, it still looks mind-boggling if they are gonna pull off what they are trying to promise us. Especially they say there's gonna be a single cable, right, Dan? One single cable.
Yeah, it's just gonna if everyone has a PSVR, they know it takes 4 hours to set that thing up with all the wires. To just have one cable, like that's a big game changer. I get it, Oculus 2, it's wireless,
Yeah.
but
One cable
is it Is
okay.
it one cable to connect to the thing? Is that what they're saying?
That's incredible. Yeah, one cable moving which connects that thing to your PS5.
no,
So
no way.
is the headset wireless then?
No.
No way.
Headset isn't wireless. That one cable
Okay, the headset
goes
has to
from the
connect to the
headset
thing.
to your PS5. But
Okay.
it is
Okay then.
exclusive
And
to the
it was how
PS5.
long is that
It's
cable?
not gonna be compatible even to the PSVR. Sorry, even to the PlayStation 4 Pro. It is
Oh,
exclusive to the PS5.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah, obviously.
But,
It would be crazy too if like all those games too could work for the
but
original PS VR games.
apart from, see, there are like 3 games on top of my mind which completely blew me away while I played the PSVR. The 3 are: one is the demo disc which comes with PlayStation VR. All those games are such amazing experiences.
Worlds?
Next
VR
is
Worlds?
Blood and Truth.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Next is Astrobot Rescue Mission, dude. That is like the quality of Super Mario on a
I
PlayStation
have that game.
VR.
Yeah.
It took Astrobot to the next level on the PS5 with DualSense. Just imagine the next Astrobot. It's not gonna be a PS5 game. It's gonna be a PSVR 2 game on a PS5.
Yeah.
I think that's
I-
what they're gonna go.
I gotta head out, but I'll just say like my last thing for VR, one of my favorite games was the Five Nights at Freddy game. That
Oh.
was by far one of the best all-time
think-
greatest horror games experiences I've ever
I
played.
think it might have made you shit your pants a couple of times, dude.
It's no other horror game can do that. You're in the room, like you can't because a lot of these horror games, like regular horror games, like they're not good. Honestly,
That game
they're not
is
Silent Hill. They're not
true horror.
they're not that.
Mm,
Yeah, they're not true horror. Outlast, you're just running away. You don't have the choice. Like this is,
Jump
you are running
scares.
away and defending, but it's different because it's VR.
it is claustrophobic.
If anyone likes any horror game, I
That is the-
always recommend that
That is the
game.
word, right? It is claustrophobic.
Yeah. They have games like that, but this is VR. It's very different. You're in the room. You hear everything. You can't take that. Yeah, you can take the headset off, but everywhere you look, you're in the game. So it's a completely different experience. It was one of the best horror games I ever played.
I'm gonna give kudos for you for not breaking your headset somehow after playing that.
Nah.
I watched. Do you know a channel on YouTube, PlayStation Access?
Yeah. I saw them. They're just like
I got scared looking at them play it on VR, dude. I got scared at looking at their reaction. That is the reason I did not go near it, even if I had a VR, because that was scary as hell.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're not into horror games, don't get the game because it's
But
bad.
one
But
more
if
thing.
you like horror games, always get it.
If any of you guys have not played Until Dawn, until now,
Yeah, I have it. Rush of Blood.
Yeah.
I have
forget
that too.
Rush of Blood. I'm talking about on the PlayStation Plus collection. The original
Yeah.
Until Dawn, which came out on the PS4. Please, guys, go ahead, download it from the PlayStation Plus collection on the PS5. It is such a gorgeous game with amazing jump scares and high production value, if you ask me.
They do things in horror you wouldn't think in a game. There's scenes where you have to hold the controller still because you're hiding from something. It's a different type of thinking that you wouldn't think to put in a movie, but they thought about that in the game. I have not seen that. I was like,
That is very
that's
innovative,
smart.
especially.
It keeps you interactive in the game.
Yep. There's a video which was published officially by the makers of that game. I'm talking about this Supermassive Games, right?
Yeah, super massive.
They had put a video of all the people playing this game on a PlayStation 4 Until Dawn with a sweat tracking device, heart rate tracking device, even a blood pressure monitor. Every single time there was a jump scare, there was so much of response everywhere. So it was funny. It was like a truth detector kind of thing.
All right, sorry, but I'm gonna head out now.
Yeah, dude.
Just wanna thanks for having
Dan,
me.
thanks for
you guys
dropping in,
have
dude.
fun.
It was great.
Yep.
Sure
just
do.
I'll see you guys whenever next.
Yeah, we're
Alright.
chill out
Okay.
for
Good one.
some more
Shout
time.
out to Dan.
Okay, man. Peace out. Peace out to Dan on the live chat right now. Anything else you guys want us to discuss, Nanaya and Umar Yusha? What's up, dude? You've been awfully silent today. So, again, going to the chat before Tornado goes on a rampage right now. So Nunaya says buying Insomniac was actually reward for being such great business partners in development, right? Right from the PlayStation 2 days, right from the original Ratchet and Clank, right from Resistance.
No, wait a minute. Insomniac, didn't they also make Spyro the Dragon? Yeah, they were around since the PlayStation 1 days, even.
Might be. Yeah, I think so.
They've been around since the beginning.
Yep. Every single generation.
I was gonna say.
And that too,
they've been around from PlayStation 1,
all
2,
their
3,
games were
4,
PlayStation
up to
exclusive,
85.
right? Tornado.
Yeah.
Then
Exactly.
Nunaya says, there you go. Now you guys are talking. Umar says, I want more deals like Final Fantasy 16, where it's only on PS5 for a year, not anywhere else, not even on PC. That's true. That's true. That is what is smart marketing, which Sony is doing right now. Why do people care of acquiring studios? That is my next question. You are not gonna sit at your home with a console of your choice playing studios. You're gonna play games.
You play games.
Yeah, playing games. What those studios make. The only good aspect of acquiring a studio is that it's a guarantee that every single game which is gonna come out in the future is gonna drop on your console, right? Is it gonna be 100% exclusive? Is it gonna drop somewhere else? Nobody knows. But one thing is true is you're not gonna miss out. So one thing which might be good for Xbox people after acquiring Bethesda, the only good thing is they're not gonna miss out on any of the future Bethesda games. How good they are, how shitty they are they gonna release this game on PlayStation 5 for $70? They can make that move because Phil Spencer, if you go into fine print, he was not absolutely clear. He said that he's gonna honor all the deals which were made, which were multi-platform, along with respecting their legacy titles. Did you
but after
read that?
It's a surprise, so pretty much.
So by legacy, do they mean franchises like Elder Scrolls, like franchises like Doom, like Wolfenstein?
Fallout.
If he meant that, that means to say these games are gonna drop day and date on Game Pass, but they're gonna drop on PS5, even Nintendo Switch, at full price. I think they're looking at that. We do not care. Anyways.
I was gonna say, speaking of which, I'm gonna add something to that, DrSHREEVEERA. I got a good one for you. You remember that Doom Eternal made some money, at least for a single player focused shooter,
Yep.
And that's rare though in these days with games like Fortnite and whatnot.
Yep.
So apparently Doom Eternal has made, what was it now? Am I saying the number correctly? $450 million in 9 months that the game has been released.
That's impressive.
That's pretty
numbers.
good though. Yeah, that's pretty good. The question that I have, and there
how
comes
much
my
came
question,
out of Sony, right?
Exactly. I would love to know
selling that.
How much of that money is spent by people on the PlayStation and PC, pretty much, and how much of that money came from Xbox fans?
It is simple.
I would love to know.
The answer is simple, dude. Based on the install base of over 120 million people owning a PS4, the answer is simple. I feel 50 to 55% might have come from the PlayStation side. 30% might have come from the PC. I think around 25 to the remaining 18 to 20% would have come from Xbox. That is one of the guess based on all the revenue. Every single game.
You might not even be far off though.
Yeah, this is the revenue distribution which companies make on every single multi-platform game. You can look up Hitman 3 as well, right? Hitman 3 sold the best on PlayStation. The second best on PC, the third best on Xbox.
And that's also the reason why we've seen Resident Evil Village. And a lot of people were wondering why did they do it? That they premiered the game first on PlayStation. It's that simple. The sales numbers of their games kind of dictated that.
Yeah,
When they released Resident Evil 2 remake and Devil May Cry, the sales numbers on the Xbox platform were horrible compared to what they
dude,
had on PlayStation and
every
PC. So
single Japanese made
yeah,
horror game, especially
yeah,
from Konami, especially I'm talking about and even Capcom. I'm talking about Resident Evil, Silent Hill.
yeah, Capcom. So
Everything made their business on a PlayStation.
yeah,
That is the reason,
so
if you
for
remember, Resident Evil 3 remake was revealed on a Sony State of Play.
true. And there's a reason for that. What I just mentioned, the sales numbers dictated for them like, hey man, look, we can do it on an Xbox show, but it's not gonna do us any favors. We need to go with Sony because
So
that's
why
where we make
didn't
our money.
my
It's that
next
simple.
question is, why didn't they release Resident Evil Village demo on a PC, on an Xbox? Same reason.
Same reason. The larger
Because
install
one
base
more
and the
thing
people
is,
that are
it is
actually waiting for it.
easy. It is easy to optimize games to run on a PS5. That is the reason early on in development, it is so much easy for them to push trailers saying captured on a PlayStation 5 console. How many trailers have you seen on exclusive from Xbox? They say captured on a PC mimicking the specs of an Xbox Series X. Haven't you seen that, Tornado? How many
Oh
people
yeah,
agree
I've
here?
seen that. I've seen that. Yeah.
If you go through the vast
I
majority
got
of trailers of next gen, this is current gen games,
so
almost
I'm not sure
80.
how much time you're gonna devote
Yeah,
on this podcast, but there is something that I would love to talk about. And it got me thinking. Because
yeah.
everyone is saying
So do
like,
you want
oh,
to address about that stuff right now?
a little bit. I'm not gonna take too much time. I'm gonna keep it under, let's say, 2 to 5 minutes, something
Yeah.
like that.
I'm
I'm not
gonna
gonna keep it too
give
long.
you the whole next 5 minutes to you, Tornado. I'm addressing live chat right now. Your guys
Yeah,
are not gonna
do the
regret
live
it.
chat first. Yeah.
Listen to Tornado, what he wants to say, because many people here are new to you, Tornado, because they missed the past couple 3 4 days, right? So
Yeah.
they
I'm surprised three,
don't
four
know
days and
that is
people are already
new for
missing me.
them. Anyways, I know Tornado more than you guys here. I'm gonna assure you, he's not gonna waste your 2 to 3
No.
minutes.
I'm not gonna waste anyone's time. I got a couple of things that I'm like,
Yeah.
hey,
Before you
um,
start, one sec, Tornado.
yeah,
I'm
you
just
first.
gonna
You
address the
first.
chat, then you can go ahead.
I was gonna.
So Nunaya says PSVR is already a day one purchase. The original has convinced me. Yep. PlayStation
Same
mastering
here.
immersion, haptic feedback, 3D audio, finger tracking, VR. No one else can compare right now. Absolutely. That's what I
Yeah.
spoke
Fans.
about just now. A whole
Yeah.
week, a whole week of Game Pass bragging bullshit, followed by a single picture.
Game Pass ain't gonna cut it. It's that simple.
No, Tornado. After a whole week of Game Pass, just a single picture on the official PlayStation blog of the PSVR
Is
2
enough, eh? To keep.
destroyed the mind share. What Game Pass got, right? That is what is
Exactly.
Sony different from Xbox. They bring in new things, new
New
things,
experiences, eh?
new
That's what you
experiences.
do it for.
New
New experiences,
experiences
new
are
new
always great, whether they work out, are they successful, are they failures, who cares? If
new
you
excitement, you know,
always
new
talk about boost mode, if you always uh oh, can I have a link to the Discord? Umar says, yup, dude, you are one of the OG fans here. So I'm gonna drop that link right now. Just a moment. Okay, what was I talking about? Tornado again?
yeah, you were saying I actually forgot it as well. Hold on. Shit, what were we talking about? we kind of deviated from what I was going to
Here's
say,
the
and then
Discord link, Umar. You're
you addressed
welcome, my dude. Please join in. Okay, I was talking about this PlayStation VR immersion, innovation, right?
Yeah.
Something new, even if it is doubtful, is always better than
more
something which
exciting.
is old, right? Especially when it comes to excitement. That
Excitement
is,
level is a lot higher for
dude,
something
shall
new
I
and
tell
something
you one
fresh.
thing? Shall I tell you
unique.
one thing? Let Xbox show 5 AAA third-party games dropping day and date on Game Pass. Let them talk so many good games, old games, or even new ones from third party dropping on Game Pass. Let them show whatever they want. Let them show a high res 4K captured footage of Halo Infinite with a solid release date, right? Let them do whatever they want. I want competition to be intense. But just imagine, out of nowhere, Sony dropping in a 30-second trailer of Kratos ripping the heck out of a god, Norse god, when Ragnarok hits. Also mentioning God of War Ragnarok to be exclusive on the PS5, no PS4 version. Forget whatever Xbox would have done till now. That one trailer is gonna be enough to break the internet. Don't you agree, Tornado?
Oh yeah, they got a lot of IPs, and that one is pretty much one that can do a lot of I'd say make a lot of waves, so to say.
Oh, Umar has joined the Discord. Just a minute. One sec. Join waiting room so that I can drag you in onto
By
our
the way, Street
podcast.
Jesus was also he was in the waiting room. I'm not sure if he's still there, but
No, I think he's left. He might join in anytime soon. Who knows? Anyways, here's your 3 minutes of rant, which is absolutely dedicated to you, Tornado. I'm gonna
oh well,
cut. Oh, okay. Umar
no worries.
doesn't have a mic right now. Anyways, good to have you, my dude. Continue listening
Indeed. Well,
and interacting with us on the live chat. Okay,
yeah.
go ahead, Tornado. People,
So
you're gonna listen to this shit right now.
now, like I said, I'm not gonna waste anyone's time. So when DrSHREEVEERA actually said like, why isn't Xbox showing at least free? I'm gonna cut it down to 3 to 5 games that are exclusive on their platform. So I was thinking, we keep seeing the footage of their games with saying like captured on a PC, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm thinking back to the story what Mark Cerny actually explained with those CU counts, right? The 36 CU count that the PS5 has versus the 52 that the Xbox One Series X has. And
Yep.
here's the thing: I've been listening,
Yeah, I'm listening. Yep.
and Mark Cerny was explaining something about filling those CUs with useful work, as in, i.e., shaders and that kind of stuff, or the polygons, whatever it is, that needs to be put into those CUs. And he said the 36 CUs that are in the PS5, they might be less than the Series X, but they are mostly efficient and whatever it is.
Totally agree.
So
Totally
I'm
agree.
like,
They're overclocked, right?
okay,
They're
so
running at higher
I'm
clock speed.
so I'm actually like, wait a minute. There there has to be a reason why the Series X is now underperforming in a lot of games that are from third parties, right? That are even better on a PS5. So I'm like, there has to be something wrong with those 52 CUs. This cannot be a coincidence. And I have a feeling developers are struggling with it.
Absolutely. Shall I give you
I mean, at this point,
yeah,
the
Tornado.
the only developer I'm gonna cut this one quick. The only developer that I feel that can actually get a handle on the hardware, and it might sound strange, that is Turn 10 with the Forza series, Forza Motorsport. Then in this case, and then maybe in turn Playground games with the Forza Horizon games that come afterwards. Those are the only developers that I feel that can actually get a handle on the hardware. Everyone else, I feel, is going to struggle with those 52
So
CU count.
you're gonna say Forza developers, the Playground games, and Turn
Hmm.
10 are gonna
Yeah, yeah.
bring in The tools?
I feel to a certain degree they're gonna bring of course they make their own tools and whatnot to actually get the best out of the hardware. But I feel that if some developers or some studios need to make moves, then it has to come from them. The tools or whatever they use, they are gonna have to knock on their door and like, hey, look, man, you're using something that we can see in the hardware. That how you guys extract it, we need that so we can do the same thing or at
Ye-
least better. You know.
Yeah, Tornado, I have to agree here to what Ghost says. Yes, Insomniac did early Spyro. Absolutely, my dude.
True.
Yeah, that is true. Nunaya and Umar have something to say regarding this topic, which you brought in, which is an interesting discussion. These people are saying, Nunaya says, there was just an interview who are talking about it today with IGN. Okay.
There you go.
IG,
I didn't even check IGN, eh?
ignorance starts with IGN. The word ignorance starts with IGN. Anyways, Umar says Cerny said it's easier to take advantage and saturate 36 CUs. Okay, I'm gonna give my 20 seconds on this, Tornado. Then I'm gonna allow you to talk. So what I'm gonna say is, if you take a factory, right? If you take a factory, you have 36 CUs as workers there. So how much you have a limited budget, the IO throughput, that is a salary, right? Because you have 36 people working there, you can assign them different tasks to do, and you can give them $1 million each every single month, because that is the amount of GPU data. The salary I'm talking about, that is the GPU throughput which is going across the 36 GPUs which are overclocked. Means because they are satisfied with their salaries, they're gonna work the fullest, and because there are only 36 people to look after, you can give directions and you can point out mistakes if they do. You can direct people and divide them into equal groups to handle the task at hand. So we are talking about this gen. We are talking about this gen, which can only achieve a certain level of fidelity, which can only achieve a certain level of ray tracing, right? It cannot match a high-end PC which has 18 teraflops, right? Which has sometimes even 14, 16 teraflops. All these NVIDIA cards, which are even having higher teraflops, higher CU, higher RAM bandwidth count compared even to Series X. But instead of bringing in PC, just imagine the same work, same IO throughput you need to do with 52 workers. You need to divide the same GPU workload to them. But the problem here is because the CUs, the 52 CUs on a Series X are not overclocked like what they are on a PS5. So what's going to happen? Every single one of the worker is getting underpaid. You cannot pay 52 what you can pay 36. So you're going to pay $700,000 instead of $1 million. So what I mean to say is, whatever the data, the GPU load is happening, whatever the stream of information which is passing can be mishandled, because not every single CU is working to the fullest because it is not overclocked. The other problem there is the SSD also plays a role. The PlayStation 5 SSD can push can push the data around at a speed of 5.5 gigahertz a second. Just imagine that. 5.5 gigahertz of data being pushed through overclocked CUs 36 every second. Xbox Series X cannot push 5.5 gigahertz of data every second. It is lower than that. The IO throughput is lower. There are multiple bottlenecks, right?
And if they compress the data, they can get around to 4.8, but that's the max.
That's max.
Meanwhile,
But there is one more
meanwhile,
problem though, Tornado. There is one more problem. The Xbox Series X has a split RAM configuration.
oh yeah,
That is
and I remember
another
and I remember
problem
from
on
PS3
top
days,
of.
that was a nightmare. Split memory.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
another
and
nightmare.
that's a new
The
problem.
only reason they're pushing that shit is because they want to support quick resume. They want to allocate RAM just to handle quick resume. Even that, none of the games, until they are supported by the developers, quick resume right now is broken. So what did they achieve? They are only hitting on a theoretical maximum, which is teraflops. Whatever I spoke right now regarding CU, regarding overclocking, regarding split RAM, all these are facts. As Cerny mentioned, as every single software engineer mentions, teraflops is a theoretical maximum. If you multiply shit, if you multiply 52 CUs working at certain speed, streaming in so much data, if you do all that math, you can get that 12 T-flops. But the problem is, teraflops cannot measure the quality, cannot measure bottlenecks. It measures only the textbook definition, how
Mark
much
Cerny had
it can do on paper. Did I make things clear, Tornado?
Oh yeah, he said it in a nice wording though, Mark Cerny. How did he say that? Yeah, here's the wording. I'm actually looking that up on the internet, and he worded it so nicely. Yeah. Um, might get a little bit technical, but basically what he said. Um, how did he say it?
Yeah,
Cerny explained that a teraflop is defined as the computational capability of the vector ALU. This aspect of the system mainly comes down to one facet of the processing speed of the system's GPU,
yeah.
specifically for the time it takes for the console to generate high quality images. While you can focus on teraflops as a defining indicator of console performance, it's just one of many different factors at work for the platform's capabilities. Now, and he mentioned that there's so much other things going around there, getting to that point. But what he said, the teraflops is something that you should not look at.
Yeah, I agree.
Here's
So,
the other.
shall I give you one more example? Because I work in a hospital environment, right? If I want to give an analogy, I work in multiple hospitals because I'm an anesthesiologist. I work in ICU as an intensive care provider. If I want to give you an example, I was on a panel last week wherein the managing director of a hospital made me sit down on a round table to hire nurses for their hospital, right? So, me being on the panel, my job was to assess their theoretical degrees they had in their education degree, along with their way of dealing with emergencies so that they can decide whether to hire them or not. I was on the round table. It's gonna take another 30 seconds. Are you okay to listen to that,
No worries,
Tornado?
no worries. And,
Yeah,
so
Nunai
basically,
also. This is gonna be a good discussion. Please listen on. I was on the panel on the round table. I was seated beside the managing director of the hospital. He said, I've got 5 people who have applied for the head nurse to be hired, on one on the ICU side and one on the operating room side. I said, okay, bring them in. So there was this applications, 5 applications with photos attached, along with their work experience as well as how many years of experience they had. One of There was one girl who came in who had 5 years experience working in a big hospital like Apollo, which is such a big hospital in India, right? It's a big corporate. So the first question I asked is, there is a patient who came inside the operating room. Suddenly, at the moment you connect the pulse oximeter, it suddenly dropped to 40. what is the first thing you're gonna do? Do you know what she said? She said she's gonna check whether the probe was working fine or not by testing it on her finger and holding the pulse of the patient in the meantime so that she doesn't miss if the patient has experienced a cardiac arrest. Do you know how beautiful that answer was? At one point of time, she's not wasting time to recognize a cardiac arrest. At the second point of time, she is putting that same probe to her finger because you know she's healthy, right? To check
Mm-hmm.
whether there is an issue with the pulse ox probe. It saves so
Smart.
much of headache for an anesthetist like me, for the surgeon operate in the operating room if nurses do mistakes. I have seen many people putting a pulse oximeter on the same arm like the blood pressure cuff. When the BP cuff is inflated, as you know, it compresses the axillary artery. The brachial artery, which continues like a radial and ulnar artery, so you cannot feel the pulse rate. That is when the pulse oximeter doesn't show anything. If you're foolish enough to not check whether the BP curve is applied to the same arm, you're gonna miss out on this. Just to add a little perspective to this, in another 10 seconds, I'm gonna say there was another applicant who had 10 years of experience in a small nursing home, in a small hospital. I asked the same question to her. She said, I'm gonna immediately raise the alarm. I'm gonna immediately inform about this to the anesthetist, to the surgeon, tell them to stop the surgery. Something is wrong. That was her answer. So this is Xbox Series X. The previous one, the previous example I gave is the PS5. Which do you want to accept? Dude, having
I'll
a
go for
five
option number one.
having a 5-year experience in a huge hospital wherein you were accustomed to handling emergencies is gonna give you more experience. Though she has 10.3
Yeah,
teraflops because she's
yeah.
having only 5 years of experience, she is better than the one who has 10 years experience in a smaller hospital, right? 12 flops in a smaller hospital doesn't do shit. Nunaya Business is laughing his ass right now listening to the kind of things I'm talking about on the podcast.
No,
So,
but it makes sense though,
yeah,
and like
Umar,
I
what do
said,
you think about my analogy when it comes to dealing in operating room and stuff like that? Did this stuff bore you guys? Nunaya, be honest, dude. Anyways, Tornado, what do you want to add?
what you just said, it makes perfectly sense. So, and that's what I feel. Um, I feel that some of these developers they can do it though, but it's gonna take time and work and effort. The question is, do you got those talented, skilled people? I can tell you already this, eh? Those talented and skilled people are actually at turn 10. I can tell you that much. That guy that they have working over there, that engineer, what's his name? I know his first name though. Tector is his name. I'm not even joking, eh? You can look it up.
Uh
He's
huh.
an engineer over at turn 10. That guy's clever as fuck though. Oh, shit.
It's okay, no problem. We have gone past the 2 hour limit. You can
Okay.
cuss a little bit.
Yeah. But anyway, the guy is clever as hell, and he's pretty much the guy that actually knows how it all works and what's going down, on the Xbox platform
Dude,
from
I
a
have a
hardware level.
huge respect to people at Turn 10 as well as
Oh yeah,
Playground
they
Games.
can they can do miracles
They
though.
know the stuff. I still, despite being a PlayStation gamer, I'm gonna recognize quality when I see it. That is the reason I'm not gonna bash regarding Forza. I know it's an amazing
The only
experience.
the only problem that I have with the Forza games, and I say this as also being someone that also plays a set of course on PC or PlayStation, whatever, or project cars, and heck, even some iRacing at a friend's house of mine. I'm not going in there because that's a subscription based thingy, but that's a different story altogether.
Yeah.
But with Forza, the problem that I have with the game, it looks fantastic, but their handling on each of the installments, from ranging from Forza 5, 6, and 7, is fucking all over the place. Sorry about that again.
Yeah.
It's inconsistent. Their handling model, man, it is miserable.
But
That's the thing that kind of keeps me away from the
Horizon
Forza
brought a
games.
lot to the table, right? Forza
It
Horizon.
brought a lot to the table. It made it more accessible, but unfortunately, the mainline Forza Motorsports ones, the ones that I want to enjoy for the circuit racing, it's just miserable because the handling is all over the place. They are inconsistent. Man, if I have to compare it to Gran Turismo, and I feel that they haven't changed it that much, even in GT Sport, it feels recognizable for me. Their handling model is for me spot on.
Yeah.
Even Assetto Corsa is for me spot on. Even despite what people say it's difficult to master, but for me it feels like second
Yeah.
nature. But if I go
One
on
more
Forza,
thing. There is a shout out to you, Tornado.
oh
Nunaya says,
yeah,
you into sim racing, Tornado? We gonna head some laps sometime soon.
oh yeah, I'm definitely down for it though.
And Nunaya also says that medical analogy was pretty good. Yeah, dude. Thank you, dude.
That's spot.
What does Umar say, anyways? Moving on. Let's not waste too much time on this topic. Let's gonna talk about Forspoken. Have you seen
Oh yeah,
the
I
4K
was
video
gonna say
of Forspoken,
yes,
Tornado?
yes.
How about
I actually
Nunaya
watched
and Umar and everyone else in this chat? Say hi
it.
once again so that we're gonna know that you're not asleep. We have gone past the 2 hour limit. Anyways, we're
I
gonna
was gonna
push it for another 20 minutes before we wrap up the show. That is the reason we're gonna go a little faster on the topics. So, what do you guys think about Forspoken? For
yeah,
me,
I've seen, yeah.
Tornado, you go first.
Okay. So what I've seen so far from I'm not even sure. Was it in game actually? Because I saw a small little text in the clip, but it was so fast. It did say capture on PS5, right? Didn't it?
Yeah, everything was in
Okay,
engine.
in engine. Okay, so I have to assume. I was like, yo, if you are actually playing it as I saw in the clip, then I'm impressed.
Yeah.
What I've seen. Anyway, the other thing that impresses me as well, that was the thing that you saw in the Unreal Tech demo.
Yeah,
The draw distance, it was fucking far. There was no clipping, popping whatsoever in every goddamn scene that I saw in the game.
absolutely. So
Mind-boggling. If these guys
I'm gonna
already had a
give
handle on the hardware.
yeah, I'm gonna give my opinion regarding that. What I felt was, first and foremost, it's a console exclusive on PS5, right? It's never gonna drop on an Xbox. That was one of your questions, Tornado. So I'm gonna answering it. They have mentioned it clearly that it's gonna be a console exclusive on PS5. They have even mentioned the window that is 2 years. If something comes
So long,
out,
bro.
whether
We're
it
talking
comes out on
like
Xbox or
4 bucks,
not, who knows? If something comes out beyond 1 year after it releases on one console, that makes it irrelevant, don't you think?
man.
Beyond 2 years, it's like so much of time wherein so
Nobody's
much
waiting
of
on it.
nobody gives a damn about it. They would have
On the
moved
other
on.
side of the coin, nobody waiting. Believe me.
See,
2 years is too long.
see, Square Enix tried
Hey,
to pull this, right? Sorry, Microsoft tried to pull this shit with a game which was built upon, which was loved, which was nurtured on a PlayStation. I'm talking about Tomb Raider franchise.
yeah,
They
Tomb Raider.
felt like they can pull this shit with 2 hour exclusivity of Rise of the Tomb Raider. They failed miserably. The
I was
game
gonna say
did
it
not
costed them
do
a lot of money though.
as good. The problem is they wasted money and potential there.
Yeah,
Because
millions.
even now, if you go to VG charts, you can easily see over 60% of sales of Rise of Tomb Raider came from the PS4, even after
Yeah,
releasing 2 years after the Xbox version, Xbox 360 version. What does that tell you? No matter what you do, even if you
tells you
have the
where the
money,
players are.
even
It's
if you
that
have the
simple.
money, it's like wasting it. right?
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
if you do not have an audience, if you build a huge studio, if you build a huge stadium, if you even rent a stadium, if you do not have an audience or an install base, if you have kick ass instruments, if you have amazing talent also, if you
Hmm.
do not have the followers, who are you gonna sing the song to? That is a problem.
I was gonna say
You
you're
need
not
to
gonna do anything on
cater
an
to
empty
your
stage.
audience first. That
Yeah.
is the thing I'm talking about, because I think Phil Spencer is still running around with a checkbook right now, trying to get as many Japanese developers, as many people similar to like Sega and Square Enix, right? From Sega, he got the Yakuza series on Game Pass. From Square Enix, he was successful in making a deal to put Dragon Quest XI, Final Fantasy 15, even Outriders from Square Enix. He wrote a check for them to drop those games on Game Pass. He wants to mimic the success of IPs which were exclusive to PlayStation. That is a predatory mentality, if you ask me. He just put Yakuza games on Game Pass just for Xbots to talk about a 10, 15-year-old franchise, right? Yakuza came out on PlayStation 2 15 years ago. He just wants to make a point saying that we have Yakuza. The reason he wanted Yakuza was he knew there was a cult following, there was a dedicated audience on PlayStation. He knows how well that game sells on PlayStation, despite having a niche audience. I loved Yakuza 1 and 2 on the PS2 more than the recent ones, if you ask me. Don't you agree it's a predatory mentality just to try to bank on your competitors or one of the biggest marketplaces on gaming right now?
Even
If
call it
you
something else,
if you do not
PSVR.
consider indies, if you want to say, if you include indies, I think Steam is the biggest marketplace for gaming. But
I
if
was gonna
you
say
exclude
Steam.
indies and only the
Mm,
AAAs and dedicated crowd, dedicated fan base, I don't think nothing comes beyond Nintendo and PlayStation.
I was gonna say they have a loyal, dedicated fan base, though. Speaking for myself, I used to be loyal from to Sega. Unfortunately, they're not around anymore. So yeah, well, my second best team, and I
Yeah.
chose them in terms of the genres of games and the game types that they offered. That's why I stuck with PlayStation, because they kind of reminded me of how Sega was back in the day when they were doing good.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree. Totally agree.
and that's the reason why I stuck with PlayStation. Nintendo, I cannot gravitate with them.
Sega
They
Genesis was my
they got
favorite
no taste.
console, if you ask me. Not even Dreamcast. Genesis.
Yeah, the Genesis was my favorite console indeed from them. The Dreamcast still has a soft spot for me though in my heart, but from what how the software that they offered and the titles, I kind of gravitated more to what they offered
But
than Nintendo.
but the problem, Tornado, is I do not like people wasting time on social media just to make a point, which isn't a fact. There are people, as I mentioned before, posting 360p low res screenshots of Forspoken, saying it doesn't
It's
look
sad.
next gen, it
It's
runs on my 360. It looks like something which can run on Xbox 360. Are you
it's
out of
it's
your mind?
it's a joke. That those people, I don't know what to say though. Maybe that also sounds harsh, but considering how I already killed someone with words yesterday in on Discord. But anyway, I'm still gonna say it anyway. You might as well line those people up against the wall and just you
Shoot
know,
them.
yeah. I wasn't gonna say it, but
I'm talking about
yeah,
shooting them with facts. Come on, people.
yeah,
I'm not a violent individual. I
yeah,
save
yeah.
lives for a living, though. I am not
Oh
going to
well.
shoot anyone. I'm
But anyway,
talking
that's not a
about
good part.
shooting them with truth bullets.
Yeah.
Like Danganronpa reference there. All those OG Danganronpa fans say hi in the chat. So what I'm saying is, if you're not planning to own, or if you do not own a PlayStation, if you're pissed off at looking at Forspoken, keep those thoughts to yourself. Why do you want to spread misinformation? Not even misinformation, lies.
Yeah,
Saying,
that's even worse.
yeah, saying something which looks amazing as if it can run on a 360. Dude, it
Nah, come
cannot
on, man. That's
run
a joke.
on an Xbox Series X. Even with 12 T-flops, it's not coming to the Xbox Series X. It's a PlayStation 5 console exclusive dropping on PC as well. So get your shit straight.
Yeah, that was the thing that I
Get
wanted
the
to say.
hell out of here, people. As you mentioned the other day, Tornado, have you seen tweets from Kids Move?
The old ass tweets that they dug up, and I'm like, yo,
That
this guy
fellow
needs to shut up
has
before he
been
actually digs a hole that's
shouting
even.
from his lungs. I'd, if you guys try to get him on my podcast, please. I want to face this person similar to how we faced the DaBlackProdigy here. I
I can't even
completely
stand. Listen, to be honest with you,
crushed
after
him to
what
the
I
ground.
experienced with
He
you, I
was
don't
a
want to hear.
loyal expert. One sec, Tornado.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, as you all know, if you want to go through my episode again, I'm gonna share that link if you want. The DaBlackProdigy came in here rushing as if saying PS5 has been crushed to the ground by Xbox. Xbox is the best box. He started that. The moment I started putting facts, he suddenly up and left. He didn't have anything to say to defend his claims or to keep Tornado entertained at all. So, Tornado, instead of using any of the sensitive terminologies or even cussing, because we are respectful to people as individuals, right? Let's make that clear. Nunaya and Umar, now because you're part of the Discord, right? You can share this video if you want, because we, especially Tornado, I think it's high time to clear yourself of what you really meant. If you guys don't know, especially Umar, Yusha, we brought the same topic yesterday in a funny way. I shared that YouTube video on his Discord, on KingThrash Discord, right? The DaBlackProdigy, he felt offended initially because I shared the clip of how I completely crushed him on the podcast. Next, Tornado has something to share to you guys, which made him completely quit Discord. I'm talking about the most loyal, the DaBlackProdigy from the Roundtable Discord of KingThrash. Can you start talking, Tornado? I'm not gonna cut you because I
No,
do
no,
not want to put words into your mouth or anyone's mouth for
sorry.
that instance. Please go ahead. This is the right time for you to clear your name and to absolutely say what you really wanted to say and how what you said made
So,
him feel offended. Please go ahead. I'm going to
yeah,
completely give the mic to you right now.
all right.
Completely take away the podcast from here for the next
So,
5 minutes. This is the
yeah,
time for you to clear yourself. Go ahead, Tornado.
here we go. So it basically started off yesterday, right? So I said something to that person, and I said to that person, and I made it crystal clear, and I said like, hey, look, man, I don't want to hear anything Xbox or Xbox related or whatever, you know. I don't feel entertained at all. There's a reason why I have that X1X still in the box upstairs since September 2019. But anyway, loose from that. So I said to the person like, "Hey, look, man, I don't find anything that you say constructive, as in building up or useful. I find a chimp And when I said a chimp, I meant actually the chimp from Dial M from Monkey, from the cartoon from back in the day in the 90s. I find that more entertaining than what that person had to say. That's what I was meant to say. But it was too long to type, so I kept it a little bit short. And I kind of hoped, for the smartness of
Yeah, but before
judging
you
another
go on
person.
ahead, Tornado, can you even have the honor of exactly quoting, of at least something similar to what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
typed, please?
So basically, I typed to that person like, "Hey, look, man, there's nothing that I find constructive of what you're saying. Then, or at least the chimp that is actually running around, that I find that more entertaining than what he had to say." And I didn't say that he was a chimp. Let me make that clear. Then all of a sudden, I get a remark or a message back to me saying like, "Oh, so you call me a chimp?" And I was like, "Wait a minute, I didn't even put that down." And I was like, "This is being flipped completely over its head." That's the thing that I hate most about people that are on Xbox in general. And
He
yesterday,
took it not just in simple
in a
way,
different
wherein
direction. I was
he
like,
did not
"Jesus,
imagine himself being what you said, chimp, right? He even
yeah,
took it further, saying, "Dude, Tornado, I never thought you were racist. Who spoke anything
that was
about
even worse."
color?
And I was like,
Who
"Wow,
spoke anything about anything to do
damn."
with something which is so serious, right?"
On the one hand,
The
I kind of
entire
wish that I didn't
Discord
say it
was
that way.
heated yesterday.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tornado. People are interested to know from your perspective.
So in a sense, I was kind of actually a little bit, I'd say, yeah, sad that I kind of said it in that way. I kind of wish that I actually typed in what I meant to say with the chimp, right? But I figured I kept it short. But here's the thing, on the internet, you have to be, even on Discord, I figured it out yesterday the hard way.
No,
You
the
have to be
actual
clear with
word
what you're saying.
used was the complete word, right? Chimpanzee.
Yeah, I
Yep.
actually used the full word. And by that, if I actually mentioned that to someone, I would actually have typed behind it like, "Oh, that's you, right?" And I didn't even put that behind it. So it was clear as crystal what I meant by that sentence. I was more entertained by the chimp. And like I said in my text, you can find it though. I don't even have a copy of it, but there's someone out there that can actually pull it up. And I said to that person,
Umar,
like,
are
"Hey,
you
the
listening
chimp is-"
right now? If so, you say hi. Are you getting the context of what we are talking about? You can
So I
get
said
that
to that
context
person,
later.
"Look, man,
Let Tornado speak now. Okay, Tornado, go ahead.
the chimp is more entertaining to me than what you have to say at this point in time, even in the future." And I thought to myself, I actually worded that nicely and respectful. I didn't hurt anyone. And by that chimp in my head, I was talking about the chimp from Dial M for Monkey. And I'm pretty sure you can look that up on YouTube and you'll see what I mean. Dial M for Monkey. It's a cartoon that usually aired. You had the Powerpuff Girls, that was the main show, and then afterwards Dial M for Monkey would come afterwards. It was like two cartoons in one. And I
Yeah,
actually
Nunaya
that was
gets it though. Even Umar is understanding, right? There is
yeah.
nothing wrong in what he said. But one thing was sure. I said, didn't I do a little damage control there, Tornado? I tried to do it
Unfortunately,
because
you
things were
didn't you
getting
didn't
out
have
of hand. Because
yeah.
when they started pulling the race card, I felt as if every single one of the people who were joining the Discord, they were again and again and again targeting you as if you made committed something which is serious, which made the Black Prodigy leave not just the chat completely from Discord. That made the whole stuff so that you received so much flack.
Oh yeah.
But as I said, Tornado, you can go ahead with your thing. One moment.
Yeah, sure,
I
sure.
tried to bring in one thing to settle things down. There was Dan the Man again saying
Yeah,
it is not something serious, people. Why does anyone care about what the Black Prodigy felt? It wasn't the intent, there was no seriousness to it. It was just an explanation which came out of your mind that very moment. But as I mentioned before, as a medical profession, I know I never, ever, usually, tornadoes, sometimes there can be a slip of the tongue. It wasn't serious, I agree. But comparing people to primates like chimpanzees or monkeys, monkey is fine. If you have said monkey, sometimes it doesn't feel as offensive. But if you compare humans to chimpanzees, who are our forefathers, right? Humans developed from chimpanzees. That's how the civilization started. So it is like primates. So nothing good is gonna come. Nothing funny is gonna come if you compare people to chimpanzees. Or that is the
well,
reason you cannot call someone a retard. Even to make fun out of someone, even to make as if just like a remark. So, one advice is, or even an opinion, Tornado, sensitivity is subjective, right? Every person, how sensitive they are to what shit is being spoken is subjective. But according to me, nothing's good gonna come if you talk about chimpanzees comparing to humans or calling someone a retard. Those two things I feel we cannot do ever. Don't you agree, Tornado? Isn't it a little insensitive for you to say someone a chimpanzee? At least you need to agree to that.
yes and no, and I'll explain why
Yeah,
yes and no.
please
Yes, in the
explain
sense of
because
sure,
these people,
it is. You can
more
hurt
than me,
someone with
these
that,
people want to know.
and the no is more on what I said yesterday. I never said that in my text because I know so because I've seen the copies of that multiple times.
Multiple times, even today. Even today.
Yeah, even goddamn today.
I really do not know how the Black Prodigy,
Same.
who runs across every single Discord trying to troll people, got trolled with a single paragraph, right?
I only said
I
one
was
thing,
expecting
man.
him to
I find it.
drop the first
It's.
thing today morning. He hasn't shown up, dude.
It's.
He has left Discord
I
for
know.
good.
I know it's an to keep it in the Xbox spirit of things. It's an achievement in itself that I actually got that going. I guess I didn't even ask for that. That was not even my intent. Let me be clear on that. I just figured like I had to say to this guy what I wanted to say, and I'm like, look, man, don't come up with your Xbox faith up to me and try to proclaim it's the best next best thing. You know, I don't see that anymore. I've seen in 2018 the destruction that brand is bringing upon itself, and what you see right now is the culmination of it, and it's gonna keep continuing. Believe me, I've been there, done that, seen it, and I don't want to see it and hear it anymore. It's that simple. Period.
So, what happened next after this debacle?
Well, after that, I'm not sure. Hopefully, the storm died out, and Dan actually showed the text, and I was like, "Hey, there's nothing here to see, man. Just move on."
It was
Nobody got offended and
unnecessarily
whatnot.
blown out of proportion, if you ask me.
Someone actually also responded. I think that was Golden. What was his name? Golden
Golden
something. I
ratio,
forgot.
golden ratio.
Yeah, yeah. He actually said like, "Hey, man, don't pull the race card," something like that. And I'm
Even
like, "Come on, man." So if
Street
yeah,
Jesus made the Black Prodigy get offended. He didn't type anything. He just put a laugh emoji to what you said, right? He got offended for someone who just posted a laugh emoji as a response to someone else. How can you be so damn sensitive, dude? Why are you on social media? If you are so
Say,
sensitive, the Black Prodigy, that
to
was
be
my next
honest,
question. If
hmm
you are incapable of defending yourself, of not leaving a platform just because of what someone said, why the hell did you drop onto our podcast? Tornado, you were there along with me
was gonna
during the
say,
time, along with Sri Jesus, right?
yep,
On that
it.
previous episode, I think it was episode 7 or 6. I'm going to share the link right now in the live chat. You guys want to
Yeah,
watch myself, Tornado, and Still Winning. All three
yeah,
of us were there. I went on a rampage rant wherein I spoke stuff which he could not defend. He could not bring up a valid point. If at all he could have brought something to the table, Tornado would have given him respect. That is the reason myself, Tornado, and every one of us give respect to Fatal, as you mentioned, right?
yeah. I respect him though. For any person that's on Xbox at the moment, believe me, Fatal deserves the utmost respect, man. There isn't anyone else out there
But to
on
be
that platform that
honest,
I'm like, hey,
Tornado,
yo,
he
man,
himself
enjoy the
says,
same respect.
Fatal told me once, because we had a spat, myself and Fatal, we had a spat. It was so damn constructive. You would have enjoyed listening to that, right, Tornado? But
Yeah,
we were
definitely.
on live chat. It was not recorded on my podcast. It was not on a podcast. It was just a casual live chat on Discord. He
So
disagreed.
messed up.
See,
Yeah,
he disagreed to me on so many things. I spoke. I disagreed to him on so many things. He spoke. The next moment, when we started talking about some other topic, we were like brothers. We just started bonding. That is how good that fella is. All right?
definitely. So that's the thing that I have with Fatal. I admire him. How he's how can you say, he doesn't disrespect the brand though. He can see the good in them, but he can also see the flaws in them as well. And that goes for all of the brands. And he's been with all of them, you know, just like what I have been through. Eh? He's been with
Yeah.
Nintendo, he's been with Xbox, he's been with Sega, all of them, you know.
No, according to him, to be honest, Tornado, he gave me a reason why he loves Game Pass. Shall I tell you the reason? Which is absolutely honest. He says,
I know
right
you don't have to.
now,
You don't have
with
to say.
how life is
Bring
going
it.
on for him, how
Yeah.
he is in a rental apartment, he can only afford. He doesn't have a next gen console. He still is playing on his Xbox One X. He says, I do not have even $500 to buy PS5 or a Series X, but I have $15 a month to play a whole bunch of games on Game Pass. Isn't it honest? Isn't it how you need to make a point? Do we have anything to say that argument,
No,
Tornado?
no.
It's
He's correct
respect.
in that.
It's respect.
I can respect that definitely. You know, like I said, if he has something to say or whatnot, you'll get my 100% support, man. Like I said, if there's anyone that can enjoy my respect eh, or some level of support, it's him. Every other goddamn Xbot motherfucker, sorry about the wording again, don't even come up to me, don't even message me, don't even do nothing, man. Just shut the fuck up, sit there in the fucking corner,
Yeah,
and
Umar
just
says who's Patel. He's one
fuck
of
that
the
shit. I don't
people.
even want to
He's
hear
on
you.
my Discord as well. You're gonna get to know him. If you want to know who Fatal is, watch my episode 1 where I talk about PlayStation 5 versus Xbox mentality, right? Episode 1 of my podcast, we have myself, Tornado, and Fatal. Yeah, Fatal Mephisto. We have all three of us together on my podcast. where we
Yep.
talk about a whole bunch of topics and you can understand what we are talking about. So then, what do you say, Tornado? Shall we wrap up tonight's episode? It was a goddamn good one.
And,
I think
I
we
was gonna say,
covered a whole bunch of shit.
I was gonna say, I've said what I wanted to say.
And today
I'll
was
probably
engaging
something.
experience, don't you agree, Tornado? Because we have so many people constantly typing on the live chat. It is lively
Yeah,
here.
I'm watching as well, also on the live chat. I'm not responding, but I see the messages though. But next time around, I'll message back.
Yeah,
So
we're gonna keep this community rolling. As I told you guys, Umar and Anaya, this channel has had 1.2 plus subscribers as well as over 700,000 views. I do not care about statistics, but the thing is, I want more people join in. I want more Xbots to join. I want more PC Master Race people to join in. If you guys have any friends, bring them over to Discord, bring them over to this live chat so that
then
we can bring you guys the reality. Tornado, people are missing you too much, dude. I think we need to have you every single episode. That's what I received a message from Quality Gaming, who was here a couple of days ago.
make an effort indeed in kind of honoring that request. Then I'd say so. We'll do that then.
Yeah.
Definitely.
One more thing, Tornado, before moving off and signing out from this amazing episode 14 of the PlayStation Vortex podcast. Uh, is there any other way of communication to you so that I can reach out to you, whether to know at least whether you're free or not?
Yeah, I got the Discord, but that's pretty much when I'm at home actually. Uh, Twitter. Yeah, I'll have to pass my Twitter thingy to you then. I'll have to put that on my phone, but I'm a little bit light on social media. I'll have to be honest with you though, and there's a reason why I'm actually light on social media because
Yeah,
of,
I agree.
for instance, bullshit like yesterday to avoid that kind of crap.
See,
That's mainly also a
that is
reason.
the reason I am even myself. I'm limiting myself only to YouTube, Discord, and Twitter. That's it, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not on
that's it
Facebook.
also for me as well. And the Discord is only turned on when I get home on my laptop, so I don't have to deal with the bullshit. Thank God for that. I don't have that on my phone. I did that deliberately,
So
and that's
you're
also
not on
intentional.
Twitter, is it?
I have a Twitter account, which I don't have on my phone, but also again for the same reason that I don't want to be bothered with bullshit.
So
You know?
one thing you can ascertain to our fans here, as well as to me, is at least once in a day, around like 8 p.m. or so, you're gonna turn on your laptop, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna carry it around at work with me though. I'm not gonna do that. But like I said, I have a physical job, so I don't even have time to actually meddle with the thing. So it's at home.
Yeah. What
But
I'm
at
asking
work,
is, at least if you turn on your laptop and look at Discord once a day, I think you're not gonna miss my messages from here on out.
no, I always take a look at it, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like I said, after what I've experienced yesterday, I'm not so happy, to actually have a look at it and you say something and all of a sudden everyone is flying over you. I'm like, okay,
Dude, I
fantastic.
cannot
And I meant what I
imagine.
said. I should have stayed on my PS5, man. When I saw that shit, I was like, Jesus,
I
fuck's sake.
cannot imagine myself being in your shoes yesterday. Everyone was jumping on your throat, my dude. It
Yeah,
was
I was actually done.
heat
I actually
everywhere.
turned it off, and I was on my PS5 for
If
a
you do
while.
not get the reference, Umar, you sure? And there are so many people on the live chat right now, right? If you
Mhm.
guys do not get the reference, the same video, what we are recorded right now, you can go through once again so that you can understand what exactly he meant when he compared him. He did not compare DaBlackProdigy to put it in a single sentence, a Tornado. I'm gonna make your job easy, man.
Comparison between an
I'm
animal
gonna
or you.
make your job easy, Tornado. You, on the record, while typing, did not compare another human being to a chimpanzee. The only thing that you said was you would have been better entertained by a chimpanzee than you, Xbot person, right?
Exactly. And
How
with that chimpanzee, I
how
meant the one
can
from Dial M
people
from Monkey.
cannot how can people not understand this, not read English properly first? First learn to read English properly. Then you can talk about, he never said, I do not want to listen to anything a chimpanzee like you have to say. Or he didn't
Say
say,
that's something I never put down.
yeah, he said
Like I said,
he would be entertained by a chimpanzee better than you. That means you are not a chimpanzee, right?
I was gonna say
Then
that's not
what
what I meant with the text.
what reason do you have to be taking Tornado to accountable for? What reason do you have to use the race card and leave Discord? Right? He's been a big
That's
part of Discord since many months. I've seen DaBlackProdigy since the past 6 months.
I was gonna say. Like I
Suddenly
said,
leaving for a certain sensitive remark, not even sensitive. It was a funny one, but the problem is everyone was feeling that you compared him to a chimpanzee, which was
yeah,
not the
but that's
case.
because he spun the narrative pretty much
He
on my
spun
text.
it, and it
It went in a
completely
different direction.
had this snowball effect.
Yeah. Those are the kind of type of people, and I mean this in the honesty. I'm gonna say that again on your podcast, especially
Anyone
Xbox.
listening right now, say hi in the chat. Yeah, go ahead, Tornado.
Don't. Yeah. Anyway, also hi to everyone on the chat. And so when I see Umar, I see Nunaya, and that's it actually pretty much. But anyway, I don't like them. It's that simple. I'm keeping it short. I just don't like them. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear from them. In fact, it's already and this one I'm actually gonna mean in all honesty, man, that we're actually sharing the same breathing room on this planet is already bad enough.
Dude, I took
That's harsh,
what
though.
he told
I know.
me in a funny way. Do you know one thing, Tornado? He sent me a message on my Discord. If you can scroll up, you can see. Because I posted a video of how I completely destroyed him on my podcast. He sent me a picture of Liam Neeson meme
Oh yeah, with the phone call thing. I will
phone call
find you.
thing,
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
said,
yeah.
Doctor,
I
I'm gonna
saw
find
that.
you. I'm gonna come to your place. I'm gonna book a flight, and I'm gonna use a shotgun, an RPG on you. That is what he said. Should
But
I
here's the thing. I'm
should I
actually
be
thinking now,
offended for that? Should I be offended for that?
slightly, but it's funny that because
It
if
is
he's
funny,
booking
dude.
a flight to you, then he needs to book a flight to me and probably to a bunch of other people. That's a lot of money that he needs to spend.
No, so see, he said,
I'm just
I'm
saying.
gonna come to India, where you are, and I'm gonna use an RPG on you. See, why do you want to bring up my country first? Why do you want to bring up having to come all over to my place? Second, third, why do you want to bring up how you're gonna destroy me with an RPG, right?
Come on.
Shouldn't I be offended? Shall I bring out my race card here because you mentioned my country? Did I do that? Do you know what response I did to that? To him? I said, dude, save your flight ticket charges. Stay over there. If you want to talk first, come over to my podcast. Prove a point. Let people on my podcast, like Umar, Nanaya, and even like Ghost, all these people, let them decide. are you worthy of using an RPG on me? And next, I have played more RPGs on a PlayStation than you can imagine because most RPGs are not gonna come on Xbox. For that, he did not message me back.
I was gonna say because there's nothing to message back. He got nothing. That's
Yeah,
to me is not a
see,
surprise.
dude, Nunaya agrees to this shit. He says, I thought he was funny with that, but hell, you could have taken offense because he mentioned your country, right?
True,
If you
true.
want to take offense on every single bullshit which is going on social media, on the internet, please stay away from the internet,
I was
right?
gonna say.
See, instead of feeling offended, I felt honored because a dude who is living in the US is gonna spend a whole bunch of dollars, go
I was
through
gonna say.
go through all the COVID tests, all the COVID checks, even get a visa
Should make it to
to
you.
come and visit my beautiful country, right? Everyone loves the country they are born in, right? That is how it has to be. I love myself more than anything else. So, if you want to use that race card that shows you are a weak individual unfit to be on the internet. What do you say, Tornado?
I can agree with that. Definitely. I feel you have to be. If you say something, you have to be. How do I say that? At least be. I'd say direct and
So,
honest with what you say.
yeah,
You
these
can't just
days,
lie or just spin it around in you that it fits your narrative. It doesn't work that way. We already have too many of those people.
see,
God forbid. Take a look at
there
what's his
is,
name?
yeah,
Flip flop
yeah, flip flopping,
review tech
Xbots.
USA. That idiot, for instance, he
Mm.
says something, but it has to fit his narrative. I kind of hate that, and there's more people like him out there. Too many, if you ask me.
See, there is a reason why I respect KingThrash. He's
Oh yeah,
been constantly in touch with me. He has seen every single episode of PlayStation Vortex, and he sent me a message a couple of days ago. Hi, Dr. Shrivera. Congrats, dude, for hitting that 1,000 mark on subscribers.
cool though.
It would be great to join you on your show. I can share that tweet if you want. He
No,
said,
no, I believe you. I believe you. King Thrash, in my
he
book, he's
said,
credible.
no, no, to
He's credible.
that message, I said, dude, you are one of the inspirations for me starting this channel. I have a whole bunch of YouTube stuff I've been doing since 10 years, but after watching the Roundtable podcast, every one of you guys with King Thrash, it gave me an idea, right? It made me. I've been following gaming, being loyal to gaming. I have so much knowledge in gaming, right? Since over 30 years. So I felt,
I'm
let's
in the same boat.
make this public. Let's discuss this shit. And yeah, Umar says, congrats on hitting 1K subs. I've hit 1,200 subs now and 700,000 views lifetime, right? Yeah, thank you, Umar. What I'm saying is, to that, do you know what King Thrash replied? I said he's one of the inspirations for me to like start a podcast, which I've, which is true, and I'm being honest. To that, Thrash said, I do not have fans. I have people who love sharing their opinions. That is where I want to share those to more people. I said, do what you do best. Do what you do is tag, right? I said,
I was
do.
gonna say that's his motto.
I said, do what you do best.
And he does it though. Believe me. The last couple of videos, those were eye openers, man. I am actually glad that he did it though. And
Yep.
I knew for the longest that these motherfuckers weren't playing games. I knew for the longest that they were holding strings and that they were kind of fooling people around, you know. They're just saying something to make them believe. And I'm actually glad that he exposed their ass, man. And
Tornado.
I hope
I
King.
want. I have so much stuff lined up. If you're listening, Omar and Anaya, I have a whole bunch of stuff lined up. I have a whole bunch of pics. I have a whole bunch of Twitter conversations I had the past
Oh
few
yeah.
days. I'm gonna
So was it
bring
something that I come up with?
I'm gonna bring every single thing onto the table. I'm gonna bring Tornado. I want you to be on the podcast as well. We're gonna go through this shit together. I've already compiled that shit. I think
Oh, you already
I'm
did
gonna
it?
need another couple of days to make it in a proper way so that I want to bring facts to all these Xbots, all these PC Master Race people who are just roaming around making a living at shit talking Sony and PlayStation and talking about how their daddy Phil Spencer is the richest among the richest. He's the one, for your honest information person, he depends on Satya Nadella, right? He's
I
the
was gonna
head
say
of
that's the man in
Microsoft.
charge. Yeah,
If you
that's the
want to
man in
go by
charge.
country, if you want to bring race every single time, I'm going to say Satya Nadella is an Indian. Microsoft, a $1 trillion company, is owned by an Indian. How do you want to feel about that?
He's calling the shots, indeed. He's calling the shots.
I do not care which country you come, which color your skin is. We are
You should
not
believe
going to talk about that tornado, aren't we clear? We're going to talk facts. Bring in facts. So, as I told in the previous episode, Umar, you missed it, tornado, so I'm going to make it brief. Do you know, have you seen the movie Wolf of Wall Street by Leonardo DiCaprio?
Holy shit! You mentioned a movie that I own on Blu-ray disc, man.
Okay,
Favorite of mine.
shall I
Favorite.
quote one of my favorite quotes from that movie?
It's
I'm gonna
been a
put
while
that
that I
quote.
watched the movie.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put that quote on the faces of Xbots when they drop in on my podcast. Shall I put that quote? That quote is, "Come on, Xbot. Come on, the Black Prodigy. Here, go ahead. Sell me on an Xbox Series X.
Yeah, that's the scene on the table. Yeah, that they're in the restaurant.
Sell me,
That's with.
sell me on this
yeah,
pen. Sell me on this
yeah,
pen, right?
exactly. And he's like, "Oh yeah, give me a piece of paper, then I can write it down." Something
Dude,
like that. He mentioned the line and said,
I
"Hey, I got a pen."
love DiCaprio, dude. He's such
That
a
was a good. That was a good
talented
scene.
individual.
Yeah, I
The
know that
way
scene
I
exactly.
still do not know why he did not win an Oscar
What you mean?
for the performance on that Wolf of Wall Street, dude. Every single scene is a masterclass, if you ask me.
I know. Was it? It was directed by Martin Scorsese, right?
Hmm.
I believe. I got the movie on disc. So let me pull it out of the cupboard, and I'm actually standing in front of my TV thingy. One sec. I got the damn movie
No,
somewhere here. I know I have.
I might have seen over 10 times that movie.
I was gonna say, like I said, I own it on Blu-ray, man. But I put it somewhere. But I got a lot of
That's
movies though.
nice.
Put the damn movie down. I'm actually gonna find it.
Okay, one last thing before wrapping up this
Yeah.
episode of the podcast.
Trying to
Nanaya,
find my. Oh,
Omar,
wait, I know
and
where
all
it
you
is.
people in the live chat, please let me know. Is there anything you need us to address right now? We have another 5 minutes before I wrap up the show. Do you want me to talk about anything? Let me know in the chat in the next 30 seconds.
Found it. Ah, there
Yeah,
it is.
who's the director?
Let me get the movie from the other ones, it's all stacked up. There you go. Wolf of Wall Street and Martin Scorsese. Like I said,
He's a
there you go.
genius, dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say, got the damn movie right here in my hand. So it even has the cardboard packaging with the iconic yellow and blue from the movie. At least the blue part on the top, but it's also
If
on the
you
back.
agree with me, uh, Jonah Hill did an amazing job as a supporting cast. Don't you agree?
I was gonna say,
Jonah Hill, dude, he that fat person. Now he has lost his weight, right?
I
I
was gonna say
feel
that he was a big guy though back in the day, as I like to call him, a big guy. But he's a funny actor though.
no.
He's really good
Yeah,
in
he's
what he
really
does.
good when it comes to acting. Have you seen Maniac, the Netflix original?
No, I
It's
haven't. At
quite
least
good.
not yet.
You've got Emma Stone as well as Jonah Hill on the same show. Emma Stone is
Hey,
an amazing actress.
yeah, I know her though. Yeah, I'll have a look at it as well. Because I got Netflix as well, by the way. So I'll take a look at it. But
So,
like I said, I'm old
the next
school.
question,
I like my
last
movies
question
on
we're
video.
gonna deal here. Umar is quite quick here to respond to my question, right? Tornado.
See,
Here's
I'm
one
reading.
last question. I'm gonna wait for Nanaya to see uh what he wants to say. Nunaya says he was great in Moneyball as well. Yeah, dude, Moneyball was as you as I mentioned before. MLB The Show 20 was my most played game, right? One of the most played games. I love the only reason I love baseball is because of all the mind games, right? Is it gonna be a fastball? Is it gonna be a curveball? Is it gonna be a changeup? Is it gonna be a screwball? Right? The reason I love baseball is because it feels like a game of chess. You need to get into the mindset of the pitcher in order to hit. Am I right,
True.
Tornado?
Yeah, that's true.
You need to
Anything
be
can happen.
absolutely prepared. See, as he
And focus.
says, Moneyball was one of the movies, even like Jonah Hill performance there as a one of the mathematicians he did the role. It was quite damn good. So my thing is, one last question I asked, another 5 minutes to wrap up the show. Umar was the first. So Nunaya, again to you as well. Anything we need to cover? Last topic, which can be covered in under 10 seconds. So Tornado, this is a question directed to you and me by Umar Yusha. He says, what do you think Sony acquiring EVO will mean? Do you think this could mean PS5 gets exclusive or timed exclusive fighting games? You go first,
It,
Tornado, then I'm going to take up.
it depends on how far they're willing to go. They can do it. They can do both. They can do, of course, an exclusive that stays permanently on their platform, or they can go for a timed exclusive. But in this case, if I look at the fighting genre, at least from both platforms, or all three or four of them, if you include PC as well, I'd say fighting games dominate the space on the PlayStation. So I'd say in their best interest, I'd say they go for a full exclusivity then, pretty much. I mean, if you're buying up Evo, then you have intention of dominating that space. It's that simple.
So, one thing I'd like to make clear to Umar here is on any previous EVO esports scene, have you any time in your life? There are two sets of players. I follow esports when it comes to fighting games again because there are so much mind games, right? When to block, when to parry. You need to
Exactly.
know,
Technical, eh?
you need to completely memorize the frame data. How many frames is a punch of Jin? How many frames is a parry? Right? It is so
Yeah.
intricate when it comes
Side
to
step, a
Tekken.
roll, a block,
Yep.
anything, or a follow up attack.
So,
It,
what I
you
need to
have to
make
have some
clear to
technical skill.
Umar is have you ever seen in any of the footage from Evo? As you know, fighting game enthusiasts, especially the pro players, there are two sets of players. One set is the stick players, The other set is the pad players, if you know the terminology. Stick
Oh
players
yeah.
are the ones who stick to the fight sticks, pun intended. Fight stick with the whole bunch of huge buttons, right? The other set of people are the ones who are the pad players. Pad players are the ones who use a PlayStation 4 or a PlayStation 5 controller. Till
True.
now, in the history of fighting games, I've never seen anyone use an Xbox controller. Though
Facts. I've been watching
because
for
because
years.
the D-pad on a PlayStation controller right from the PlayStation 3 days is beyond anything right now. Even on a Nintendo, even on an Xbox, I'm talking about the D-pad. D-pad on Sony's controllers are the one reason why people prefer it to use on fighting tournaments. So what I'm saying is already
Facts.
Sony's PlayStation and Evo were so closely related since over a decade. So I was one of the people who bought Tekken 6 on a PlayStation 3 back in the day. I used to watch
Yeah.
every single tournament of Evo during that time, right? I
Yeah.
saw
Yeah. Yeah.
people, top level people, face semifinals, quarterfinals using a PlayStation 3 controller, not an Xbox controller. See, Nunaya says the D pad on Xbox is not made for fighters, it's for
Mm-hmm.
shooters. Dude,
Yeah.
have you ever used a D pad on a shooter? You use an analog stick, right?
I was gonna say use the stick to move and to shoot, or at
That's
least to move
the
to look around.
the
I should say.
ADS is linked to both the
Yeah.
analog sticks. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
D-pad. D-pad
Nope.
is used for the sub menus to heal
Exactly.
yourself, to use items, right? If
Yeah.
you
The
ask
health pack
me,
stuff.
the asymmetrical design of an Xbox controller doesn't suit any of the non-American people because we do not possess huge hands like some of the Americans, right? The one reason Xbox controllers are preferred, the asymmetrical analog sticks are preferred by few of the Americans is because they have huge hands. Don't you agree, Tornado?
Some of them have huge hands, indeed. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Especially the guy.
When
I'm
it
not
comes to
really.
Japanese people, Indians, Asians, Europeans, we are built different, right?
Yeah, it's true.
So what I was saying is his question again. Is the Evo move pretty big? Yeah, it's pretty goddamn big. Nobody is realizing right now the moves Sony
It's
are
mind share.
making.
Basically, they bought mind share in the fighting space. That's what they've done.
Absolutely. Whether
That's what they've done.
see whether
So
you're gonna get
don't make this as a
exclusives or
mistake, eh?
not, but one thing is for sure, this is an exciting news for one
Oh yeah,
reason
yeah,
alone. The next
Um,
Street Fighter 6, if
yeah.
my hunch is right, is gonna be a console exclusive on PlayStation 5.
Here's the thing, eh? I know Namco is still busy toiling away on Tekken 7, right? And there's still Soul Calibur that they need to tend, right?
Yeah.
They can do two things. I'm pretty sure that they have some sort of PS5 or Xbox Series X, even to a lesser extent. I'm going to mention that platform too, and PC. They're going to bring some sort of update. I'd be surprised if you were actually building a new game.
No,
I don't see that.
there was a leaked screenshot of the logo of Street Fighter 6. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, at least not
One
yet.
sec,
I
one
heard
sec.
that there was Street Fighter 6 coming, but I haven't seen anything yet,
Just
though.
give me a couple of minutes. I'm gonna pull it. It says it is console exclusive to the PlayStation 5. I'm not
Okay.
talking about anything without facts. Just give me a minute, Tornado. Just a minute, Umar. I'm gonna pull it up, right? I'm gonna post it here on YouTube so that you can watch it. So there was a box art of the PS5 version of Street Fighter 6, which I'm gonna share right now. One sec. So it did not mention the complete, what do you say, complete box and stuff like that. But the thing is, it is pretty damn clear Sony is gonna support, what do you say, is gonna show this stuff because now, because they have acquired EVO, this is the right time. Don't you think this is the right time?
That's basically that's already a given. Yeah, that's already a given.
Yeah,
It's
here
that
we go.
simple.
Here you go, guys. I'm sharing it right now on YouTube. You guys can see. One sec. Give me a sec. Based
Looking at
on
the
your
feed
knowledge,
now.
let me know if this looks legit or not.
Let's see if it's a legit shot. Let's have a look.
I feel it might be legit, dude. This is how Capcom does their box arts, if you ask me.
Yes, glove.
Yeah, one sec.
Yeah, it's punching the air. I'm willing to bet that that glove is Ryu's hand.
Yeah, that is what I'm getting at. Look at the PS5 logo in the bottom.
Oh yeah, to me this looks legit though. I mean,
What do you
I'm
say,
looking at
Umar and
I'm not even looking
Nunaya?
at the
What do you
PS5
guys say?
logo. I'm looking at the 6. I mean, it makes sense to make a 6 and then with a fist raising upwards. What's the
Just
most
wait. I'm
iconic
just
move in
resizing
Street
the
Fighter?
image. I'm just resizing the
Yeah,
image. You're gonna
I
get the
see.
full pic. One sec. You can see the logo as well. So
Yeah. But
what do
here's the
you
thing.
guys have to say regarding this?
If I have to say something, I'm gonna say one thing and one thing only as a longtime Street Fighter player as well.
Yeah.
What's the most iconic move and sound that you hear in Street Fighter? It's not even the Hadouken, eh?
Uppercut.
If you go from Sagat, eh, or the Shoryuken, eh, that's
Yeah.
pretty much the iconic move from Street Fighter.
Yeah.
The uppercut. Simple as.
So
This
what?
only makes sense that they made it in this way. If
It
this turns out to be legit,
it
but I
looks
feel it is.
so goddamn legit, right? The way they have made this, it looks that way, and it perfectly makes sense after
To me, it makes
acquiring
sense. That's the
EVO.
most iconic move in the game, man. Forget the fireballs, forget the spinning kicks. It's nice that Chun-Li has a fat ass and spinning around, but the Shoryuken is the iconic move, man. That defines Street Fighter. It's that simple.
So Nunaya says it's sure you can.
That's the uppercut.
Yeah, dude, you're right on the money
That's
here.
the most iconic move. I'm putting my money on that, man.
So for the question again, Nunaya's answers Umar's question. He says EVO move is pretty big. PlayStation ensures that an entire generation is exclusive to your platform. They can control what games are featured. Perhaps exclusives will get preferable treatment. But one thing I'm going to assure you, Nunaya and Umar, you guys here still beyond 3 hours, don't we gonna give brownie points to these people, Tornado? They are here right from the start of the broadcast, all the way beyond 3 hours, dude.
I'm still around.
It's
So,
great
it's
having
already
you
saying
people.
so.
Yeah. So what Naya said was absolutely makes sense, Umar. What I'm saying is,
They can control
as
pretty much what they
even
should
Tornado said, it's a huge
Yeah.
mind share. It's
in the
the
fighting
it's
space.
not one of the biggest. It is the biggest esports fighting
I mean,
tournaments out there.
if I were a fighting game developer, and I'm also looking at the Guilty Gear Strive as well, if you're on a platform and you just heard like as a game developer, and you're hearing like, hey, Sony bought that Evo tournament. Hey, I'm
That's
already looking at something like, hey, we need to make a deal, man. I love you, but I love you even more.
no, that's like, as I said, a sneaky, high-end, future-looking move by Sony. Because one thing
It's
I'm gonna tell, they even
it,
said on the official site that you can stream EVO tournaments free on an app on your favorite Android and iOS devices.
You go, Mindshare.
Yeah.
They're making sure that everyone and
So it is
anyone
like
on the
the
planet can get access to
accessibility, right? It is like,
it.
see, nowadays, if you want to watch a finals of an EVO tournament on YouTube, you're gonna get 20 ads on a 6-minute video.
Yep.
Instead of that, if Sony implements this stuff, even on the PlayStation 5, wherein you can join in on the fun, you can stream on the PS5 or a separate app, which they're gonna release on iOS and Android, as well as on platforms like TVs also. They can do that stuff. They can release on Samsung, on Android TV, right?
Mm-hmm.
On smart
Yeah, true.
TVs. So now I think Nintendo's gotta be scared, right? The most,
Well,
the most the most PR a Smash Brothers game got was from EVO tournaments.
and to be honest with you, like I said, and I'm
Sony
used.
can dictate
I
what
was gonna say,
comes in, what goes out. They can say,
I'm
we are gonna keep Nintendo stuff out of here. You
I'm gonna
people,
actually use.
you people
I'm actually.
cannot be allowed to use an Xbox controller.
I'm actually. I'm actually going to use a wording from Phil Spencer,
Yeah.
even though I hate the guy. But here's the thing: when he said that with that Bethesda dealer, he said that we're going to make it work for us, right?
Yep.
I'm willing to bet that Sony is saying the same thing now that they acquired Evo. We're going to make this thing work for us, and believe me, they will. Like you said, you ain't gonna see no goddamn
Shall I?
Xbox controller.
No,
You ain't
dude.
gonna see
Shall
no
I
goddamn
tell one beautiful thing which
whatever.
separates PlayStation from Xbox? They do not hype up PlayStation, especially. Do not
Nope.
hype up, do not repost, do not make a huge deal of all these huge marketing deals they are making right now. They're just gonna post a simple post on PlayStation blog saying, here, this is the next controller of the PlayStation VR 2. Here,
Yep.
we have acquired EVO. Here,
Yeah.
we've spent $300 million to acquire a whole bunch of third party as console exclusives over the next 5 years. Okay, here, the release date of Kena. Here, the release date of Ratchet and Clank. Here, the storyteller of Returnal. How
That's
can you respond this? How can anyone on the gaming space respond to this? They
you
need
can't.
not. Dude, shall I
Nah,
tell you one thing which comes with marketing 101 when it
true.
comes to PR? If you
You
show
need to
a
excite.
product, if you show a product, you have to show the product and do not continuously explain why you need to buy the product. That is bad PR. What is good PR is you need to show a product, you need to show its features and stay quiet. The
That's it.
marketing is gonna be done by the product. That point Xbox doesn't get right from before the launch of the Xbox Series X, during the launch, after the launch, even now, they're talking about a subscription service. How long are they gonna do about that? Every single time Phil Spencer
I
talks about
there's
anything, it's about a streaming service.
this American saying that they have in a sentence. This will only get you so far, right? You must have heard that phrase before,
Yeah.
and I feel you can apply that to Xbox as well. This will only get you so far, and how far that will go, there's always an end. So
See, if I give you a lollipop flavored blackcurrant, or a strawberry flavored lollipop, I can hype you up saying, dude, yesterday I just chewed on a lollipop flavored like strawberry. It comes from this brand. Do you want to taste it? I can hype it up. Okay, that's good. When I give you that lollipop in your hands for you to taste, should I talk about how good it is while you're tasting it? Not right. Because you're tasting it, that itself has to dictate how good it is and whether you need to support the product and buy it again. While you're tasting it, if I come to your home 3 times in a single day and say, dude, I gave you that lollipop yesterday, how does it taste? How is the strawberry flavor? Is it good? Is it sour? Is it sweet? Is it too good? Again, come back to you in the evening and ask, dude, I gave you the lollipop yesterday. How is it? Even if the lollipop was good, you're gonna end up hating me, right?
True.
That is how I feel about Phil Spencer.
The guy is he's just
So
like
Nunaya
like many.
and Umar are laughing out of their asses with all the analogies I'm making.
No, but it's
What do you
true. Phil
guys think
Spencer.
about the lollipop analogy? Let me know in the chat. Yeah, go ahead, Tornado.
But Phil Spencer is an as some of the YouTubers have said as well. He's a snake oil salesman. Simple as. He only cares about what he can sell you, man. He doesn't care about the product. He
Yeah,
doesn't
you,
care about
you
the game.
you mentioned
Nothing.
about this, right? It absolutely makes sense now as you say that. Snake oil salesman.
That's what he is.
There is,
It's true.
dude, I
It's
give a
true.
goddamn high level of respect to these people on my live chat, like Nunaya, Umar. There was one more dude yesterday, Ghost, who said, not Ghost, sorry, Quality Gaming, who is on my Discord as well. He said, Xbox Series S is a placeholder console to sell you on Game Pass. Doesn't it make sense? It's just a placeholder there.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Especially since it's a digital box. I mean, uh, you're just there to actually access it and turn it on, and you got your subscription in front of you, and good luck with it. That's what
Nunaya
it's basically
says,
saying.
actually, with Xbox, there is not even a lollipop.
Yeah, to be honest
Shall
with you,
I
I can't even
shall I
disagree
add
with that.
shall I add to that, Nunaya? There is no lollipop. There is something which is shaped similar to that, belonging to Phil Spencer.
Yeah, indeed.
Who
I,
wants to suck on that?
this is the
The
moment where I
Xbox.
actually miss shit. I haven't watched him in a while though. Supernova Gaming, yeah.
Yeah.
He
He
has
was on the
he has
podcast.
this meme. He
Yep.
has this moving meme with and he especially with his voice and his Joker laugh though. I like that when he
I
says that
love
though.
his Joker laugh.
And, he, and,
Yep.
he, and he's like, yes, Uncle Phil. No, Uncle Phil. He has this he has this meme of someone putting a dildo down their throat, man. When I saw
Yeah.
that in one of his clips, I actually laughed, man. I
And
cried though.
have you seen that other meme
Oh
wherein
man,
this fella, the big export loyalist, Colt Eastwood, being done a PR examination
what a dumbass knuckle.
by Phil Spencer.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. Oh man, okay. That's the one thing that I can tolerate from that corner of the space. Anything other than that, green or whatever, I don't want to see. That's a different story altogether. But we already know how I feel about Xbox and Xbots in general,
So, if
especially
you
after
guys
yesterday.
do not know what I'm talking about, I'm gonna share it just to get the giggles. Don't you think I need to share that tornado, that Colt Eastwood one?
Yeah, why not? Why not? At this point, after what I've experienced yesterday, they can suck a dick. Yeah, kill them. Yeah,
So,
as far
I
as I'm
think to fit the YouTube algorithm, they say penis is a safe word compared to a dick. So here you
Yeah,
go, Naya and all the people waiting right now. Here's the image. I literally dropped off my chair looking at this. One sec.
true.
Here you go, people. You're not gonna miss this. Then what else? Tornado. You were talking about something.
Nah, that's it from my end. Actually, I'm done talking.
Yeah,
I've
me
said
too.
enough
I think
though.
it's time to wrap up the podcast with this
Say.
pick right
Oh.
now.
Oh man,
What do you
still
guys
cracks me
think?
up though.
This is a great way to end the podcast, right? Can you see it on screen right now?
Oh yeah, I can see it though. Especially
Look
how
at his
Phil
face,
is
people.
smiling.
Look at his face, people. How it might have felt for him playing Crackdown. Do you guys know one interesting fact? Colt Eastwood, for
Yeah, he
some
actually played for
reason,
that motherfucker.
yeah, for some reason,
Yeah.
did get a platinum trophy. Sorry, 100% achievements on Crackdown 3. We gotta give it up to
Say,
him for that.
I gotta give it to him on that one. No credit where credit due. I couldn't even last 5 minutes in the game, let alone one.
Nunaya says, as a proctologist, this offends me. I'm leaving. Dude, if you're a proctologist, this shouldn't offend you because you're Phil Spencer, right? Being a proctologist, you have to be happy. Look at Phil Spencer, he's happy. If you were in the shoes of Colt Eastwood, then you need to be offended, right?
I kind of get where Dunai is going. Because since he's dead, you wouldn't want to have to examine someone that you don't like, and you have to put your hand in. Well,
No, but
yeah, you
Phil
feel in the
Spencer likes
some
Colt
things.
because he's pushing Xbox Series X to the next level by releasing all these fake videos about how good it is. He got called out on Twitter. You know that Tornado? He said Techland, the company who made Dying Light 2, is going to be acquired by Microsoft. Then the
It wouldn't
main
make sense.
producer of Techland replied saying, we're going to release the game on PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, PC, as well as Xbox. None of us are going to acquire us. Right?
Yeah, that says it all. And done. That says it all.
Nunaya says, is there a chimp inside? After
I wouldn't know.
proctology examination. Dude, now I think Tornado is never ever gonna use that word or a chimpanzee anywhere.
Lol, I keep
Right?
he says. Oh man. Nah, I'm gonna stay away from that word. The next time round, if I use it, I'm gonna say, even though I have to type a lot, I'll say dial M for monkey. Then at least I hope everyone gets it. It's from the '90s cartoon show. If I ever use that again.
These
But anyway,
people get their entertainment out of
yeah.
using the race card. Please. It's not funny. There was one person who was by the name of Stars or something. He said something serious, and at the bottom said, joking, dude, joking, joking. Have you read about it, Tornado, yesterday?
No, I kind of missed that one, I guess.
He said some serious shit against you, saying you were 100% racist, and then said at the bottom, JK, 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 saying, joking.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. And then I
How
replied,
how do
yeah.
you consider something of that magnitude joking, dude? I do not understand.
Find it a joke though, to be honest with
It's
you.
not a joke. What you said about a chimp was a joke. What he said about his analysis of your intention was not a joke. Just by adding a winky face or JK at the end doesn't make something funny.
Here's the thing, eh? After that comment, then everyone was flying against my throat. Oh, racist, this, that, and I was like, no, 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 no. It wasn't meant that way.
I
Still
am
wasn't.
out of here. I'm gonna play GTA Online on my PS5.
Yeah, I meant it. I actually went on my PS5. I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm building towards GTA 5 on when the PS5 version comes out. I don't have time for this bullshit. Honestly,
Yeah.
don't have time for it.
But whatever it
Because
is, despite the evolution of humans, despite how many civilizations have been developed, how much of there is too much of gender equality, inequality, as well as hate against Asians now. What the hell is wrong with you American people? Sometimes you show hatred regarding black people, sometimes you show hatred regarding Asians. What the hell is wrong right now when it comes to color, when it comes to race, when it comes to your country of origin? See, when
that's a good
I
question.
started gaining traction on this podcast, I got a whole bunch of people who are just commenting, dude, you're Indian, right? You're not like qualified to be talking about American business. Get the hell out of here, dude. I am a
I was gonna.
consumer. I am a human being. I am a person who respects myself more than you do. If you do not like me, who forced you to listen to my podcast? What do you say?
Say, and
What do
bit
you
more
say,
interesting.
Tornado? Why are people that way? I do not agree. See, the way you speak English is not the way I speak, right? My accent is gonna be influenced
I got an
by
accent as
my
well.
blood, by my soil, by where I'm born. That doesn't mean this is the right English, right? If I need to use that example, all Americans are fake English people. English originated in the UK, it's not in the US. What is your
Nope.
native language then? You're just mimicking UK right now? English came from England. So where did your language come from? Is there a language to you people? I
Hey,
am
but
not ranting about a single country or a continent here. I'm talking
say,
about
if you're gonna be technical, you always hear the phrase, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people must have heard that one. Who were the first native inhabitants of the United States of America? Huh?
Umar and Nunaya. Do you guys agree to me or not? If my accent or Tornado's accent pisses you off, does that mean we are poor in English? Does that mean we are not supposed to be talking or communicating and making stuff in English? Who gives someone the right to decide what I do in my spare time or what I do not do? What I'm saying is, if you do not like something, do not stay here. Please leave. See, Tornado, you have a classic accent, right? So, where you're from exactly?
Yeah, I'm from Holland,
Holland
next
is
to
it?
next to Germany, pretty much.
So, you're from the
Europe.
Europe, right?
So, nah, and we got most of the. That doesn't mean that we don't have English or American over here, though. But it's actually mostly
Does it
English.
even
But
matter? Does
no,
our
it doesn't.
accent matter? Every single person, right? Every single person has the right to communicate. If you can understand what I say, language is something which was built by human beings to communicate, not discriminate.
To
Because
say,
of a common language like English, we are able to communicate from whole different parts of the world. How beautiful is that? I am
to
staying
say.
thousands upon thousands of miles away from Nunaya, from Umar, from you. Am I not talking to you right now?
I was gonna say.
So how
How
am I
cool? How
talking
cool
to
is that?
you? Why are you accepting my accent right now? Does accent, does skin color, does even a place of birth matter when it comes to discussing our opinions, our thoughts, and bringing in some educated guesses when it comes to gaming? That's what we are here for.
Say,
Entertainment doesn't have bounds when it comes to language, when it comes to accent. I watch
speaking of which,
Korean TV shows, Japanese TV shows with English subtitles. Does it
I'm gonna
sound
say,
weird? Absolutely. Because I'm not Japanese. Japanese shows look weird, they sound weird, and the way they react, it sounds weird, right? Because I'm not from that place. That doesn't mean you should not give respect for that. Every
I'm gonna
person
say,
on earth deserves respect. These people cannot bring out the race card. I could have brought out my Indian card. You could have brought out your Holland card, right?
nah. Here's the thing. Like I said, then you're gonna be part of what other YouTubers call them then the scum pretty much. You're gonna do the exact same thing what they are already doing. I don't want to be part of that. We already got enough knuckleheads as it is. I don't want to be the next.
Absolutely. Let's stay away from that bullshit, shall we?
Say,
We are
we
here
had to
for a
deal with that
reason.
crap yesterday.
So,
So
as you guys know, whatever place we belong to, whatever language we speak, until we understand each other, until we can make an educated discussion on a topic of interest, we share because we are all gamers. We are here to make what we feel entertained to be one of the things which is gonna bring us together like a community. Community is not bound by tradition, community is not bound by religion, by any social practices, is not bound by cult, not bound by a country. It is bound by a common interest. Am I making sense, Tornado?
mhm,
Community is
definitely.
built on a common interest. It is not
Exactly.
built on an origin, on an accent. If the
More
reason
importantly,
the
now
reason we
that
are
I think
here
about it,
together is because we share a common interest, common passion, that is gaming.
I was gonna say, if you look at Evo, what is the thing that stands out the most? If you look at Evo at the public, it's a diversity of cultures,
Yeah,
colors, races, you name it.
we are all humans. We are all inhabitants on the planet Earth. Isn't that a community? Inhabiting
Say,
a
check.
same planet across the world. I'm not from Mars. I'm not from Alien. A tornado is not from Jupiter. Umar is not from Saturn. Nunai is not from Pluto. We all belong on Earth, right? Is it not a common place to stay? We are separated miles across by so much terrain, so much water, right? Beyond that, our thoughts are similar because we share an interest. This is the thing I need to communicate to all the people on who reacted the way they reacted on yesterday's Discord. Tornado isn't just blatant entertainment. These people felt pushing your buttons. I can see a couple of people just dropping in on Discord, trying to even post the screenshot of you shit talking the Black Prodigy just to get entertainment out of your misery by trying to bring the race car. Aren't these
To
people
be honest with you,
sick?
it wasn't misery though that they caused. I was more kind of
You
aggravated.
are
I was like,
entertained in a different way, right? About the
it was
foolishness.
more like I'm actually pissed off that they took it in that direction. I was like, I'm done with this crap. I'm just going away, and I should have stayed on my PS5. And I mean that when I said that.
Anyways,
Honest to God, mean that.
uh, for the record, this was one of the longest podcast episodes. Even if you go through all the KingThrash, even the biggest of YouTubers, we have reached beyond 4.3 hours, right? Tornado. Time flew past by
Say,
us. I think it's high time we give a huge shout out to Nanaya Business and Umar Yusha for staying with us, especially with me and with Tornado with different accents.
damn
Thank you
right.
guys. Tornado, anything you want to say to these beloved fans of the podcast for staying with us for
Uh,
4 hours? You need to
I
say
was gonna
something.
say, thankful that they stuck around as long as they did. I mean, that's already dedication right there.
So I'm gonna tell one thing. So tomorrow I'm gonna take a break because I need to play a lot of PlayStation 5 right now. But day
Same
after
here.
tomorrow, I'm gonna guarantee you guys that I'm gonna bring a lot of memes from Twitter which I've saved as an archive. I need to bring in facts about people who fake all lies and post rubbish about how Xbox is the best box and I am the best bot. That is Kids Moves saying right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So, I need one thing, Tornado. Day after tomorrow, the same time we started today. Are you gonna be there?
Yeah, I'll be there indeed, definitely.
Yeah, that's amazing to know. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in. This is Dr. DrSHREEVEERA, your host of the PlayStation Vortex podcast. And Tornado, one last sentence.
One last sentence. Um, I'd say don't how do I say that? Don't spin the narrative in your direction, man. Just do what you do best. Do you, and just play games, man. And just
Just
accept if you're a winner, or accept if it's not going your way, you've lost. Just accept it. Don't try to spin it in any other direction. You know, if you
you,
won, you won. If you've lost, you lost. It's that simple.
absolutely. So, my saying for the day is just chant these two things every single night before sleeping. One, this works wonders if you follow every single day. My saying is just chant this to yourself every single day in every single way. I'm getting better and better. That is one thing. The other thing is happiness is not a place to stay in, it's just a direction to push your trajectory towards. So, these were the lame sayings I need to talk to you guys about. Anyways, great job. So Umar says, great show. Nanaya gives a big thumbs up, right? Absolutely an amazing show, jam packed with you people interacting with us and making us entertained as well as believing in us. Thank you, Nunaya and Umar. Please try to share a little snippets of this podcast on KingThrash Discord if you want to bring down that unnecessary bullshit which happened yesterday with Tornado. I feel bad for you, Tornado.
I feel bad for those individuals because if I come across them in real life, I'd probably punch them down with a couple of Ip Man punches, Wing Chun style. I
Chipmunk
would not
punches.
stop. Believe me, I would not stop.
Yeah.
That's a different
Anyways,
story altogether.
it's high time. Over 4.5 hours now. I think For the record, this is the longest stream we had. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Peace out.
If
Okay, Tornado,
gaming,
what's up?
folks. Okay. Have a good one.
Have a good one
DrSHREEVEERA.
again. Bye bye. Thank you for dropping in, Tornado. Thank you for your time, for your effort, for dedication to the podcast.
All right. Have a
Hope
good
to
one.
see you day after tomorrow, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. We'll do.